on the premises. Wi-Fi is available. You'll see the cards on your table. And we'll be having a great interactive panel discussions today, keynote speeches, announcements of the Black Advisory Hub Pitch Masters winners. So stay tuned for that later. And you're welcome to ask your questions through the CASA Foundation YouTube live stream, and you can join us for conversation and using the hashtag FOA 2022, as well as hashtag Friends of Africa on different social media platforms. I also encourage everyone to visit the 360-degree state-of-the-art photo booth that will be set up later this afternoon in the marketplace so you can capture memories of it. And remember to share your live stream link with your friends. It's youtube.com/CASA Foundation. We have a packed agenda today, and we're running a little bit late, which is natural. And so to kick off this morning, it is a great pleasure that I welcome delegates from 15 nations who are both in attendance and virtually as well. And it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jean Augustine, who is in the audience. Was the first Black Canadian woman to serve as federal minister of the Crown and member of Parliament. She is a very esteemed politician, and her work and her tireless work for Canada is absolutely astounding. She's a national treasure. I grew up watching Dr. Augustine on TV. So Dr. Augustine, if you'd like to say a few words to the Friends of Africa conference, we'd be honored. Federal minister of the Well, relatively. He is very.
Merci beaucoup et bonjour. It is indeed a pleasure to look out of this room and see faces and see individuals who are committed to, I would say, the cause. To be here at 8 o'clock in the morning, between 8 and 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning shows devotion. So I want to begin by acknowledging Dr. Olu and her team and all those who worked so hard to put these past few days together to give us such enlightening conversations, to bring to the table people from about 15 nations, and to have us focus on what is important in this day, in this time, after COVID, and after the separation, and after the years 2021 and 2022, when we were so cloistered. I want to acknowledge the presence of I see MPPs and others who are here, David Smith, and from the provincial government, and of course, Dr. Wendy Sukia, who is well known for the work that she's been doing in community, with community, for community. All of you who are here this morning, and all of you who are present at this conference, came because you want to contribute, you want to offer your skills and learning, and you want to make a difference to how we move forward as community. It is important that we be positive, that those words of partnership and collaboration are important in how we do the work. There are all kinds of sayings out there. If you want to go far, then you go. If you want to go fast, then you go alone. If you want to go far, then you go with others and you take others with you. And I think we come together in a conference setting because we realize the importance of going far and the importance of collaboration and partnerships in this world. settings and in other places where we spend our time making our contributions. So I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to say a few words to welcome you as part of the CASA Foundation Advisory and to say how pleased we are that we have been able to come together, have a successful event, and have the opportunity to network, have the opportunity to share experiences, and to learn from this 2022 conference. Merci beaucoup. Et bonjour. Foundation Advisory. And to say how pleased we are. Yes, please. That we're able to come together, have a successful.
Excellent. Thank you for those kind words. It's so nice meeting one of your heroes on stage. Seriously. The embodiment of grace and elegance. And it is now my pleasure to introduce Imanzi Kayatari, who's with the CASA Foundation Advisory Council. He will be acting as chair for the first panel. Imanzi, please take the stage. Thank you.
And hello again to everyone. Bonjour à tous. Bienvenue encore pour la deuxième édition des Friends of Africa Economic Development Summit. My name is Imanzi Kaitari, and I have the distinct pleasure of welcoming you all and to introducing a special representative of CASA Foundation, Dr. Oluwatoyin Oyalade. Dr. Oyalade has seamlessly attained over 2 decades of professional executive management and leadership expertise, domestically and internationally. She also has an impressive academic background and has earned a bachelor's degree in philosophy from Ondo State from the University of Nigeria and received an MBA from Nigeria's premier University of Life. She also completed executive management programs that sharpened and perfected her leadership skills and has graduated from Wharton School of Advanced Management. In May 2016, Dr. Oyalade managed the International Bank Group's fund portfolio of $8 billion and had responsibility for fund investments as group executive for the bank's investments management between 2007 to 2010. And just also to note, Dr. Oyalade is the founder and the president of the CASA Foundation, and we are delighted to be here today and as one that has been here from the beginning and just seeing just the growth and the evolution of the CASA Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How many times am I going to say that? All right. Thank you so much again for coming this morning. It's such a joy to welcome you all. At these sessions, I usually read the speech, and then, of course, a few of my mentors usually will tell me, we're going to have a full day of debate, so we better just get started and get going. So I'm not really going to focus on that speech, the long type of speech that I usually read. But then, I'll still give some talk. It's my thing to do so. All right. Welcome again, everyone. It's such a joy to be here again this morning. This is day 4, the grand finale of Friends of Africa 2022. Thank you so much for joining us and taking time out of your very busy schedules, to join us again. First, permit me to observe all the protocols. Today, we have in our midst a lot of people, CEOs from the private sector, leaders from the government sector, a lot of entrepreneurs, startups, and so on. And so I just need to follow protocols by, recognizing them. Today we have Dr. Jean Augustine, somebody said a role model and, a treasure, right? That's who she is to us. Dr. Jean Augustine to us, not only is she the first Black member of parliament, first Black federal minister in Canada, woman minister in Canada, but to us, she's also a board advisor at CASA Foundation. So it gives us so much joy and pleasure to welcome her even today, to the Friends of Africa Economic Development Conference. Thank you, ma'am, for coming. Today, again, we have with us the Member of Parliament, Member of Provincial Parliament, the Honorable Dave Smith, who is with us today, joining us for the first time at Friends of Africa at this 12th anniversary. Thank you again for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Today we have with us also the Honorable Amelia Kimbadi, and from the Republic of Uganda, the government of Uganda. She represents the government of Uganda here with us, serving with the president as a senior advisor, was Minister of Trade and Industry in Uganda. And so it's such a joy, it's such a pleasure to have you with us. Her Excellency Fatima Mete Brawley, the ambassador of Mali. The Republic of Mali is here with us again. So thank you so much for coming. There is, I'm not sure if Rashid is here yet, the Consulate General of the Kingdom of Morocco. So he's here. I'm not sure where, but he's here and speaking the third panel, I believe. But we'll welcome you anyway, and I'm sure we'll recognize you once we see you in the room. Thank you again. And Professor Wendy Sukia is here also with us today. Professor Sukia was Vice President at Rising University, now founder of the Diversity Institute, Toronto Metropolitan University, formerly Rising University. She's here with us again today. And we have also with us Professor Sandrine Prompte. She's also from the University of Quebec at Montreal, in charge of School of Digital Marketing, the business school at ESG UQAM. Thank you again for coming. And we have Professor Vida Sheda. Professor Vida Sheda is also the lead at the International Business School at Centennial College in Canada here with us. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate you. Online today, we also have Adekule Akintayo, the head of technical production at the Qatar Petroleum, the government of Qatar, will be also speaking on the third panel. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm not sure if you can show him, but he's online already waiting. We have several other people. As a matter of fact, we have the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion holding a town hall with us, and that's the Honorable Minister Ahmed Hussein will be holding his own town hall with us, the fireside chat, at exactly 4 o'clock today. So don't go away. Keep looking forward to all of this because we really need to have all of this happening today. And you just don't want to miss that because it's a great opportunity for you to ask all the questions, particularly as it relates to housing and such matters. All right, so we'll get started today. First, also, let me apologize. We like to, we're stickler for punctuality. We try to say that, but I think we're running about 25 minutes late already. So please pardon us for that. All right. We'll introduce people as they come in. We have quite a number of them, and then we'll let you know. Thank you everyone for coming. We started Friends of Africa in 2011 as a platform that will serve and cater to the needs of entrepreneurs and startup groups within a community. The idea of Friends of Africa is to ensure that people have a forum, people have a platform where they can actually bring their challenges, community challenges and business challenges, economic development challenges, things that people ordinarily would not find solutions to regularly in the community. And so we created the Friends of Africa to have that platform to ensure that people would meet with experts, advisors, and people like that who would help them develop their pitches, their business plans, and things like that. It would also be a forum where people could actually present their value proposition and ensure that they have people within the community that could look at the value proposition in terms of their professional life or their business life and offer some pieces of advice, some insights based on what they have done. Keep in mind, again, you can't build your business alone. You always need some support. And this exactly is what Friends of Africa stands for. We started in 2011. Every October, we meet at a forum like this, but it was just once. This particular year, Friends of Africa grew to 4 days. We almost took the whole week, but we started on Wednesday. And the reason we did on Wednesday was to present to experts some of them in the room with us today, the graduates from the Black Advisory Hub. And so that's where I'm going to start from quickly, because the Black Advisory Hub started as a funded project of the Government of Canada in 2021. CASA Foundation became approved by the Government of Canada with its 11 partners as one of the recipients of the 5 million Black Entrepreneurship Fund. And so this was riding on the back of all the work the CASA Foundation had been doing since 2011 in economic and community development. We would ordinarily have what you call the business exhibition, the marketplace for young entrepreneurs, where they could showcase their businesses, where they could actually touch base with experts like yourselves in the room today and get some insights and get some feedback on what they're doing. And so that some of the errors they made, the new businesses wouldn't fall into the same errors. And so that's how we started, and then grew into Entrepreneurs Point, where we now have a whole hub where entrepreneurs themselves can actually meet. A live office downtown Toronto on Richmond Street, where people can actually sit, work, get incubated, you know, what you call an incubator, get trained on business building workshops on how to start your business, how to scale your business, how to get partners and things like that. And so these are some of the initiatives that CASA Foundation started, following after the Friends of Africa. As we speak today, the Friends of Africa has, you know, awarded over 200, I'm sure 200,000 in grant pitches, grant awards, you know, through the pitches that we hold every year. And the pitches started this week on Wednesday as an online pitch, a national pitch, online part, presenting 40 candidates, shortlisting them into 20, 10 on Wednesday, and the remaining 10 in person. They're here in the room today, and the results of the award ceremony to about 10 grant awardees of about $5,000 each will be announced today by our professor here, because they were all the judges at the pitch session. That pitch itself is funded by the TD Bank of Canada, and they're also represented here today. And so it gives us great pleasure, and it's a great privilege and an honor for in the community to be entrusted with you know, some of these assignments and projects that we run just for the betterment of the community in quotes, and then just to advance young entrepreneurs. I know for sure that the pandemic has dealt a huge blow to a lot of businesses. Some of you in the room, some of them are, you know, coming out of that. Some of them are still watching and waiting, you know, to get the green light to step forward again and begin to move forward. I encourage you all to move forward. It's important that we keep moving. You know, it's important that we keep moving. I know that, like I said, I wasn't going to read the speech, but I think one of the things that quickly resonates with me is that one of the things that I picked up from one of the books, one of the authors that I love to read, John L. Mason. John L. Mason wrote the book, An Enemy Called Average. An Enemy Called Average. And what the book, well, you know, I mean, of course, it has a lot of insights, but some of the things that I learned from that is that I have found that it is better to be alone than in the wrong company. A single conversation with the right person can be more valuable than many years of study. This is so important to us as entrepreneurs, to know the right connections, to know to connect with them, to know how to sustain the relationships, and to know how to build and ride on the back of the relationships that we have formed. This is so critical to success in the journey of entrepreneurship, because the journey of entrepreneurship can be very cold, quiet, and alone. You're struggling to do a lot of things. And that's why I know for sure, because I've been there. And I know that a lot of people might be in the room today wondering exactly what the next steps should be after a pandemic that has ravaged the land. What is important for each one of us is to get up again and get started. Find the right connections, find the people to help you get started. And definitely, like they say, the sky will no longer be your limit. It's also important to recognize an original. Yeah, of course, we build role models, and a lot of the role models that you meet in the room today will give you some insights as you network with them. But imagine running as a copy when you know you can actually be an original. So our role models are here, but the idea then is for us to gain the benefits of the insights they have and their expertise. That's important at the end of the day, to become an original copy of who you were meant to be. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I am glad and I am pleased to declare the Friends of Africa Economic Summit open, this grand finale. I welcome you all and encourage you all to enjoy the Friends of Africa. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Now it gives me the great honor and really privileged and honored to invite the Member of Parliament, the Honorable David Smith, to come on and offer us provide us some of his opening remarks so that we can really get started. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. Such a joy to meet you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can't hear you guys. I gotta say, it's so nice to get up early in the morning, as Dr. Augustine has just said. But it's Friends of Africa means so much to me. It's my first time being here, and I've met some wonderful people already. But I have to go back always to Dr. Jean Augustine. 30 years. I've known this wonderful person, and she always make herself available in the Africa diaspora and around the world. She's a wonderful person. And every time I see her, she always has something good to say about what's going on in these communities. The opportunity today to be here before I start my remarks. At the table that I'm sitting at, I met Professor Wendy, Ambassador Fatima, and Senior Advisor to the Office of the President of Uganda, Ms. Amelia. I also have my associate and assistant to me sitting at the table. Now, generally, I'll sometimes put him in the back, but today he's been taking some wonderful pictures, and I hope he get to take some more of them for us. Let's give a big hand out to Fonzie. Thank you very much. I also have to say, Dr. Olu, where is she? Oh, okay. I want to thank you for your kind words when we met this morning. And it's always a privilege. We will get to know each other as we go on. I'm a new member. My name is David Smith, and I'm from Scarborough Center. I'm a member of the governing party under Premier Doug Ford, and I bring greetings from the Premier and my colleagues at the Assembly. So I start off by saying good morning and book is in the way, so I may have. I'm honored to be here today, and I'd like to congratulate the CASA Foundation on making the 12th year of this summit. I appreciate your work to bring together African and Canadian leaders, service providers, work together on solutions to the economic challenge we face. Connecting business, government, so we can together work on this important endeavor after the pandemic we had. I know it's also important to my colleague, Monty McNaughton, Ontario Minister of Labour, Immigration, Training and Skills Development. Things only work when everybody works together. Business, labor, people, and government. This is a guiding principle of our government. Here in Ontario, our government have been working to solve two important challenges that I know many of you from other jurisdictions can relate to. And while these problems are separate, the solutions are linked. First, there are too many people struggling to find good jobs. Across Ontario, over 800,000 people rely on social assistance. Some are people looking for a second chance. Others simply are underemployed. Second, Ontario is in the middle of a historic labor shortage. Every day, there are more than 360,000 jobs going unfilled. Each one represents an uncollected paycheck and families going another day without. The inabilities to fill these jobs hold back business from growing and spreading prosperity. Makes it harder to build infrastructure on time and on budget, and contributes to the rising costs of living that families are facing every day. Of course, government can do this. We can't do this work alone. That is why we are glad to have strong partners. When we launched our new skill development fund last year, we were able to unleash Ontario's enormous potentials for innovation. Industries, association, employers, training providers, labor unions, and municipalities almost overwhelmed us with project proposals. The CASA Foundation Skills Development Program provides training in digital technology, social media, marketing, e-commerce, financial skills, and much more. And importantly, graduates are paid for a 3-month job placement to hone their new skills and build their resumes. So thank you, CASA, for your partnership in this innovative new program. In September, we announced the third round of funding for skills development funds with an additional $90 million. Please, if anyone is in this room that is interested, please do your applications. There's $90 million more on the table for places like CASA and other organizations. Who's looking to get those funds gets a shot at a better life. In my closing, I believe that the Ontario government believe Canadian dreams is well alive and well. It is time we make it a reality for more people with summits like the CASA Foundation and Friends of Africa, where government, business, entrepreneur, and service providers can collaborate on common challenges. Make me optimistic that we are on the right course towards improving prosperity for our citizens on both sides of the Atlantic. Thank you very much. Thank you again and have fun.
Thank you very much for those kind words, Minister Smith, and to our esteemed doctor for starting us off and opening the ceremony. I believe we have a
We as a global community, hi, it's a pleasure to welcome everyone to this year's Friends of Africa Economic Summit. Today's summit is another great way for businesses and governments to learn and connect from each other. We as a global community and a global economy face new challenges as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. As Premier, my goal is to ensure that Ontario continues to be one of the best places in the world to do business, a place where businesses can trade, invest, and grow. A big thank you to CASA Foundation for hosting today's summit. Today's discussion will help inform our path to economic recovery together. Thank you and God bless.
the Premier to send those words. And it is no doubt that the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted and massively changed and impacted the growth of our international trade with Africa and across all of our globe. Canada's African community is one of the fastest growing communities in Canada. Well leveraged, its potential and businesses could significantly help to improve global trade flows within Africa. Our first panel discussion will shine a spotlight on how the education and innovation sector can be leveraged to further advance economic recovery. I'm very pleased to welcome a distinguished diversity and inclusion, that would be Dr. here, champion for the academic director for the Diversity Institute at Toronto Metropolitan University, Professor Wendy Sukia, pronouncing that correctly, thank you, to lead these crucial discussions. And I will pass it over to you. Thank you.
Privilege of judging the pitches yesterday, and they were the best we've seen. So really looking forward to announcing the winners. And of course, all roads lead to Madame Augustine. Many leaders in this room, but she stands above many of them. And we're all grateful she made the time to come along with Minister Smith and others. I also wanted to signal Tiffany Callender, who's here today, who just joined us. Tiffany leads the Federation for African and Canadian Economics. I'm on her board, but FACE is a really important, potentially transformational organization because they're committed to generational wealth for the Black community. Plus they have a big pot of funds to loan to aspiring entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurs in the room, make sure you hit up Tiffany. I'm here today to talk about education. And I think all of us in this room can agree that education is the foundation of everything. Whether we're talking about social inclusion, whether we're talking about economic growth, whether we're talking about the strength of our communities, education is the foundation. And yet we know prior to COVID that not all people had equal opportunities. And many of you in the room familiar with the work of Carl James, for example, which showed that Black students in the Greater Toronto area faced very significant barriers relative to others in terms of graduating high school, accessing post-secondary education. And it wasn't because of aspirations. 90% wanted to pursue post-secondary education, but only 50% thought that they could. And I know that the school boards and others are working hard to level the playing field. But what we found with COVID was it made everything worse, right? So those pre-existing inequalities that existed in the system were made worse by COVID. And we did a study with Environics, for example, that showed that the digital divide was not just a rural-urban issue. The research showed 42% of racialized families in the GTA, one of the richest centers in the country, could not afford high-speed internet. 42% of racialized families in the GTA had kids who were doing their homework on smartphones because they didn't have access to internet and computers. And think about it, what COVID did was accelerate the rate of digitization, more and more online learning, right? And at the same time, you have a very big segment of the population who did not have access to education, which was the foundation of what we will see over the next decade. So I wanted to take my minute at the podium to just underscore how important it is to invest upstream if we want to see equality at the senior ranks, whether it's in government, whether it's in the private sector, or whether it's in the nonprofit sector. But it's not all doom and gloom. I've been at Ryerson since before many of you were born. And while online learning and remote learning have been possible for more than 30 years, there were all sorts of barriers. In the same way, there were all sorts of barriers to telehealth, online health, or remote work that COVID, the small glimmer of hope that COVID offered us was that organizations, whether they were government, the private sector, or universities, which are among the slowest to move, could transform themselves overnight and provide massive digital services. But again, this issue of the digital divide, right, is also exacerbated. So the panel that is going to speak today includes experts in all of these topics, and I'm delighted to invite to the stage Komian Sedsro, who is the Dean of the School of Management of UQAM, come to us from Montreal. Oh dear. Someone will go find her. Sandrine Promtremt, who is from the School of Marketing and Entrepreneurship at UQAM and an expert in digitization in business, and particularly marketing, social media, and so on. And Professor Vida Shahada, who is the Program Head of International Development from our own Centennial College here in town. Please join me at the join me on stage. Do we have a mic for the panelists? Super. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope to have a really good conversation with our panelists, but I really also hope those of you in the audience who are with us may open it up for questions. So I did talk a bit about the challenges that COVID has introduced to the education system, but certainly there are opportunities as well that have been opened up. And I'm sure those of you who work in post-secondary institutions will agree with me that historically universities and colleges, universities more than colleges, have been pretty slow to adapt to change. And COVID really made things happen overnight that people previously said were impossible. So I wonder if both of you can just take a few minutes and talk a bit about your perspective, introduce yourselves more fully and your perspectives on why we should be having this conversation in this audience, which is particularly interested in prospects for African Canadians and the links with Africa. So please go ahead.
Ida, do you want to go first? Hello, everyone. Am I here on the mic? Yeah. My name is Vida Shahada. I'm a professor of international development, and I'm responsible for the program. The program is located within the School of Business in Centennial College. And I think this issue is important because, digital learning is important because this is how we were for the past 2 years, or a little more than 2 years. There were a lot of challenges. As a professor myself, I witnessed these challenges and I can speak of them. So learning is the most important thing for communities and societies. So I think this discussion is very important and timely.
Thank you, Vida. Hello, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. And my name is Sandrine Pontep. I'm associate professor at University of Quebec in Montreal, and I'm specialized in digital marketing and more specifically around all the issues regarding user centricity or citizen centricity. So all the systems that are actually centered around humans. And I believe this topic is really important, especially after the pandemic, but it is in general because we now live in times that are completely digital. And this is not going to stop. This is going to increase, right? So we are now living in times where those skills are completely necessary to thrive and to prosper. So yes, we have to actually differentiate the fact that you have digital tools for learning and you have distance learning. And this is what didn't go so well during the pandemic at our universities in general, because there was this massive panic of professors not prepared who had to from one day to the next, switch their teaching practices, right? And come from regular lecture courses to online courses where they were not familiar with the tools, the Zoom, the Teams, and all those tools. So yes, it is very important to talk about digital learning because above and after the pandemic, what's important to remember is that we will continue to learn on a continuous basis. And so the digital tools that will allow us to develop those skills, be it in computer science, but be it also in community work, be it in language skills, the digital tools will allow us to better master those skills because they are transversal. They are useful in any domain. So that's the thing that we need to remember. So we have to move on with all those tools, better master them, and also better include them in our teaching practices to make sure that we can really leverage their power into education.
Such important points. And there are two things that really struck me with what you were saying. One is we know now that there are actually more digital jobs outside of the information communications technology industry. So it used to be that when we thought about digital skills, we thought about people who were going to work at IBM or Bell Canada or even tech startups. Now digital skills are essential, whether you're in retail, whether you're in finance, even agriculture. Agriculture is one of the fastest changing sectors in our entire economy, using all kinds of advanced technology. So such an important point. I think the other point, and I don't wish to speak badly of my people, but professors are among the hardest people to teach anything new. And you know, I would be one of them, right? My head's full. I don't want to learn anything new. So what happened with the introduction of online learning overnight is a lot of professors just took what they did in the classroom and did it on Zoom. And if any of you have spent 3 hours listening to someone talk at you on Zoom, you can imagine what the impact of that was on learning. But as was mentioned, one of the things that we have started to understand, and some people have known this for many, many years. I mean, UQuam is definitely a pioneer in this area, is that there are some things that digital tools can actually do better than professors. With some of the online learning supports that are available, you can actually have more customized, more adaptive learning tools for people who can then learn at their own pace in a way that if you stick them all in the classroom, they can't. And that's why this issue of the digital divide is so critically important, because if we're going to take advantage of these new tools, we have to make sure that people have access to the technology, that it's affordable, and they have the skills to make use of it. And those are all things that come into the digital divide. You know, Centennial has really been transformational, and I don't see your boss's boss here, but I think Dr. Fearon will be joining us at some point today, and he's really a pioneer in the educational space. But you work in international studies and development. Can you talk a little bit about what the implications of this have been for your work around the world?
Well, I want to highlight that the International Development Program in Centennial is a postgraduate program. So all our students, they should have a degree before they join the program. But also Centennial has undergraduate students who just came from high school. Also something about Centennial College, I don't have the numbers, but I know for sure that it's a very diverse college. So many students came from other countries. So the first thing that and here I can't blame professors from my position as a professor myself, I'm on their side. I would say March was horribly challenging for the professors. And Centennial has a center called, it's a center for teaching and learning. And they, as a professor myself, I saw that Centennial moved very quickly, maybe ahead of many other institutions, to train professors. So I remember in March, for example, I was online like for 12 hours. So there were learning with my colleagues online, and at the same time, when I go offline, or when the workshop ends, I would go and practice different things. We introduced something called UCU, which is similar to Zoom. For me, it was easier. Centennial gave us the option to choose Zoom or UCU. I selected UCU because everything was in one place. Like I can start my class there, conduct my class there. So we were trying to like for big courses, and my program is kind of small with a high quality. So for big programs where we have 300 students, Centennial collaborated with a third party. So they create customized courses. So they include, you know, like different type of interesting things other than PowerPoint. But the problem and the major challenge was many of our students, they don't have laptop, or they used to go to the college and there's computer labs and there's a library, but now they should have their own reliable laptop. So this was a big challenge. Right from the beginning, Centennial announced that they will provide 5,000 computers, laptops, personal laptops to students, like for free. It's like a loan. So, you know, like we know who took this laptop, but they are not expected somehow to return it. I'm sure that they gave much more later, but from the first week or 2 weeks, they announced that if you need a laptop, come and pick it up. Of course, they arrange everything around security and safety at the time for pickup. So this is the first thing, but I remember, like, I hear the students telling me, I don't have money to buy laptop, and then I don't have food. So which one, really many students, of course, you know, that they have small jobs, and so they can't afford food. So for me as a professor, what should be done? Like, which one is more important, food or the laptop? Of course, food. So Centennial also created something like food banks inside Centennial, which was great. I remember that I wrote to the dean of students, and he told me, yes, I know. And they were working on it, okay? So because I hear from my students, they come to me and they say, I don't know what to do with my rent. So, and this will take us to the other challenges. So it's not just about digital divide, though I would like to speak about digital divide too, but there were many challenges. And then as a professor, when I hear these stories, I have and I can't do anything. Like, I don't know what to do, but I understand very well. And then the stress, like, it was very stressful for professors to be online for 12 hours. And I have to change all my material and my style of teaching. So all of these are challenges, like challenges for both. I can't blame the professors because they are also human beings who, it was very stressful, and they have kids at home, some of them, or, you know, like all types, or someone sick at home. So all type of challenges, honestly, to the extent that I used to ask myself, which one is more important now, that my student learn this and that, or their mental health? Yeah, so.
No, I think you raise a really important, well, two really important points. One is, you know, the issue of the digital divide is also economic. It's not just about technology, and the point
It's economic, and it's related to certain communities and social groups. So you mentioned, for example, the racialized groups here in Toronto, and immigrants, new immigrants, and older people. It's all about intersectionality. So all of these factors come together: your income, your race or ethnicity, and I'm here using race to refer to racism, not that we are many races, but to refer to racism. I'm using it to explain racism. So ethnicity, immigration, age, gender, many girls, and we need to think about digital divide inside Canada, but also globally. Some countries have access to new laptop. Other countries, they have only the e-waste that we in North America sent to them, you know, like old laptops, broken laptops that we sent to them, shipped to them. So it's a global digital divide, and it's inside the country, in Canada too.
Yeah, I think the second point that you make, which is something that we don't talk a lot about, is mental health, and not just mental health for students, but also mental health for teachers. And one of the things, as the minister is departing, I did want to give a bit of a shout out, because I do think the province of Ontario has invested very heavily in trying to make up for learning loss, in providing access to tutoring, but also other supports that students and teachers need. So some governments are recognizing the importance of investing now so we don't pay later. But I'll turn it back to you. What's the situation like in Quebec in terms of support for students through and teachers through this tough time?
Yes, Thank you, Wendy. As you mentioned, the pre-existing gap, digital gap was there before COVID was it, but I would say that it made it harder, especially for foreign students, international students. At our university, we have a lot of students coming from African countries and North African countries, countries in general who speak French because we are a French university in Quebec. And so for them, those times were even harder because they were actually separated from their families, and most of them could not come back to their own countries. So it was really challenging times for them in terms of mental health, as you were saying, because they had no support. They were stuck in Quebec, Canada, and they had no financial support, and they couldn't return to their countries. So those were issues that added to the situation. But getting back to the digital divide, I fully agree that it's much more than not having access to technology. You know, the software or the hardware, this is one thing, but you also have to have access to the technological or the digital skills, as you were mentioning. Those are very important differences because you can have access to hardware, but if you don't know how to use it, or to software, and if you don't know how to use it, then it doesn't help. So that's one thing. But even beyond that, you have to have the interest of pursuing education. And that's also economic and economically linked to the fact that if you don't have the means to pursue higher education, then it is quite correlated with the fact that you're not very interested in pursuing them. So those are elements that have to be taken into consideration with the technological issues per se. I would say it's all part of the same issue. And you mentioned it very well, Wendy.
Yeah, I think, you know, this conference is about economic development and social equality and globalization and how we build connections. And there's no question that in Canada, the educational system is absolutely fundamental, but it's also fundamental around the world. And I know many of the people in the audience have, in fact, we heard a lot among the entrepreneurs yesterday on their commitments to giving back to the countries they came from. And a lot of them are focused on education and schooling because it's recognized as the foundation. I wonder, I know that we're pressed for time. I wonder if there are any questions or comments from the audience or additional suggestions. We've talked about the, so table 19, can someone run over with a mic? Do you want to stand up? Do you have a big voice?
First of all, I want to thank you for your presentation, from educational, perspective. My question is that hearing from you, right, that you note that in our community, there are some gap in terms of like student not having a chance to have the tools that they need, right? And I'm just wondering, like if you can elaborate a little bit further on specific, what are you doing specifically, like to support these students, to have access, to the means, what they need, like to things like, I don't know, from digital, like perspective, what are the things that they are need? Because now we identify the problems, but what is the solution?
Very good question. So what are the solutions? What are the top priorities?
Well, I can go first, and I would say that it's a very legitimate question because the solutions are not easy to actually put in place. They can be thought of, but to be put in place and implemented properly and effectively, that's a different story. But from what I read and from also some of the pilot studies that we tried at my university, we found out that to have support groups of students and have mentors coming from the same programs, but who are 1 or 2 years before, that helps a lot because they can actually mentor and accompany those students in these situations, and they learn from each other. And we all know that peer learning is a very effective way because it doesn't come from professors, it comes from other students, and they actually understand better the situations of the students. So I would recommend support groups with peer learning and mentoring. That's really something that worked very well at our university, especially during those challenging times where they were actually also acting as you know, effective support, emotional support during those times. So that would be one of the solutions. We heard also that many micro certifications now are existing. So those certifications are available online, and most of them are free. They are offered by giant techs like Google, and so you can actually acquire those skills, let's say Google Analytics skills, so that you can monitor your website performance and optimize your website to make sure that, for instance, it serves the clientele that you're targeting in your business, for instance. So all those elements are actually approaches, strategic approaches to new forms of educations that the students can add to their portfolio. And those are free, if I can mention it that way. I mean, you still need to have access to the technology, but at least those are available online, and they do help to find jobs afterwards because they are very applied, very practical, and necessary in all fields now, all domains. So those are the two things I would put forth for now. And I'm not saying it's the panacea, but you know, it's a start.
Did you want
I want to speak about solutions. Dr. Sandrine, I was a client for people like her. She specialized in digital learning. I'm specialized in human rights. I see the solution is about ending the roots of the problem, which is digital divide. I see the solution first as solidarity to end inequalities that we were talking about. So my solutions comes from, first of all, I identify the problem a lot about as a problem of intersectionality, the digital divide. That some people are not equal, they don't have access to learning, softwares, etc. Like institutions did a lot of solutions. For example, they provide internet, they provide laptop, hotspots, etc. But the real solutions to end the digital divide, and digital divide, as we said at the beginning, is not just about learning, it's about health, it's about access to information, it's about access to the discussion about equality. So the solution is solidarity to end the roots of inequalities. This is my solution, or this is how I think about solution. To ensure that everyone has an income that help them to keep and protect their dignity. And of course, I don't think only about equality in Canada, but global equality, that we need to stop sending our old devices to developing countries because it poisons their children. So this is a solution in my view. It's a long-term solution, but like conferences like this, so we speak about social justice is the first step in this. In new immigrants, how do we receive them here in Canada? When we make promises for them before they arrive, and then how do we receive them in Canada? So I think about solutions from this side, but also I myself and the professors themselves, some of them, by the way, they didn't have access to the internet, or they end up paying more from their pockets to the internet to have more reliable internet. So even the internet companies should take part in the solutions and make more affordable internet for everyone. By the way, Canada is considered one of the countries that have the highest rates. I see some people are nodding their heads. Internet here is very expensive, even compared to the United States. Not saying that the United States is more equal, but internet is very expensive here in Canada. So part of the solution is that the providers make internet more available.
Thanks so much. And I realize there are more comments and questions. I think we're almost out of time, but yes, please.
I have
Your
a question.
Excellency. Here, please. Or
Thank you. Hello? Yeah, it's on. Yeah, good morning, Professor Wendy. Thank you so much for this program. We're all gathered here. I'm called Amelia from Uganda. We're all gathered here as friends of Africa. And what we're looking for are solutions also in Africa. We've talked about the challenges that we have here. Of course, in Africa, we have a number of challenges, like, you know, the digital divide and other challenges, electricity and all that. So you, Professor Wendy and the team of the academia, what plans do we have for the academia in Africa? What solutions do you think we can offer? I rest my case. Thank you.
Thanks so much. You know, I can talk just briefly about some of the work we're doing, and then pass it on to others. But my colleague Ojulanki Gwanyama has actually won a number of awards from African institutions, because about a decade, 15 years ago, he made a commitment to help build academia in Africa. He's trained well over 100 PhDs in Africa through the University of Cape Town and other institutions across the continent. And so I think part of it is supporting capacity building. I think the other thing that my university has done is partnered with a number of institutions in Africa and Kenya and South Africa primarily, also just opened up a facility in Egypt, I believe, where the intent is sort of reciprocal exchanges with a big focus on entrepreneurship. And it's a lot of people around the room may know this, but Africa actually has higher rates of entrepreneurship than we do in Canada. So we have lots to learn about some of the models that are used to support small businesses and self-employment. And I think understanding that it's a reciprocal arrangement rather than the traditional colonial arrangements is really fundamental. You know, we had a good conversation at the table about technology and technology adoption and how the context is so critically important. And as I said, I know we're almost at time, but I'd like to give the other panelists just a moment to talk about their views on reciprocity and collaboration with emerging economies, because as we've heard, Africa is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, and we have to be looking at it very seriously.
Yes, thank you so much, Excellency, for your question. I believe it's something that really needs to be addressed. As you were mentioning, at University of Quebec in Montreal, we have developed a few partnerships with African universities and North African universities. I know that we have a partnership with Morocco, Tunisia, one with Senegal, and I believe Mali as well. So those are very important, and they are much developed at the MBA programs in the business school, right? So I can only talk about business programs, but they are more developed at the MBA level because, as Wendy was mentioning, it focuses more on entrepreneurship, and so masters in business administrations are more targeted at those skills. So that's one thing, but I believe our universities and our governments should also, on a general level, beyond my university, facilitate the exchange of professors to allow us to invite professors from those universities who can come and spend like short-term stays in our universities so that we can collaborate on research programs and teaching in initiatives. And that's something that's very complicated to do because of immigration restrictions, because of many other lack of support in terms of financial support when they arrive in Canada. That's something that is not, I believe, stressed enough, and we should invest more resources into those venues and solutions, I believe, and that would help both. As Wendy was saying, it would be reciprocal because we both need to learn from your experience and we could exchange information about ours. Thank you so much for the question.
Well, the International Development Postgraduate Program at Centennial is very diverse. I have many African students from different countries who, in fact, enrich the learning environment inside the classroom. So we don't have these stereotypes and misunderstanding and misconception, and I believe some of them are here in this conference. About African countries. So this is major things. And I believe it's very important to have the international development professionals who came from maybe marginalized countries or undeserved groups. So it's very important to have them lead development and decide how development should look like. It's very important. I'm more involved in NGOs than businesses eventually. And I know that the college also has partnerships with all countries. In fact, Centennial has some other campuses around the world in more than one country. But at least in my program, I think it's important to have students as professionals or future professionals to make decisions on how development should be in African countries. I have several students from Nigeria who educated us a lot about, the top concerns in the economy and so on. So I see my program's job is to collaborate with those future leaders in the sector.
It's a great point to end on. And all I'll add to what's been said is I think, the principles we have to recognize is that investments in education are investments in our future, whether it's in Canada or around the world, that the earlier you start, the better, because if kids don't have a good start by grade 3, they're already seeing limitations as opposed to opportunities. And frankly, one of my big projects right now is focusing on education as a human right and making it free. There are a number of universities, post-secondary institutions around the world that are collaborating to make university education free, and you can move that upstream as well. We have the technology. It's not that expensive. Where the barriers are, frankly, are the organizations and institutions rather than the resources. So I think the more we have fora like this, where we work together and think about solutions, the better. Thank you very much for your attention, and to the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Right. Well, thank you to Professor Sukier and the panelists for their incredible discussions. There's no doubt the education sector has a huge role in advancing the digital economy. And now we're going to move our conversation around building resilient economies and the roadmap to advance Africa's economic recovery. We are pleased to have Nancy Adosi, the Professor of Political Science and Senior Researcher at the UN Migrations, to moderate this panel. If I could turn it over to Dr. Nancy Adosi, please. Today's panel discussion: unlocking resources for global recovery for small, medium enterprises and retail markets. Thank you.
Great to see all of you. I'm excited to be here as an African as well as a Canadian. It's amazing to talk about the recovery of the economy in a post-COVID world. And joining me today are three very special people. First person will be Cheryl Bedard. And Cheryl Bedard is the founding partner at Bedard Associates, as well as the founding partner of In Critical Solutions. She brings a wealth of knowledge to her clients as a creative thinker. She has acquired a wealth of financial knowledge base and years of experience in Canada, as well as Mexico. At the current EP Academy in Toronto, and serves on the board of Immigrant Women in Business in Canada. My second guest and a progressive business development leader. She is currently the operations manager at Caltech Regional Innovation Center. Prior to this, she worked as a business development manager at Angel Investors of Ontario, and she's currently managing Caltech's part in the Idea Fund for Green Innovation. And joining us on Zoom will be Charles Wright. Charles Wright is currently the Senior SAP SD Function Business Analyst at Bombardier Recreational Products. He holds an advanced diploma in software engineering from and a bachelor's degree in business management from the Indian School of Business Management and Administration. So just before we go ahead and invite our guests up, I do want to talk a little bit about the session that we will have. As you all know, this is a Friends of Africa Summit, pertinent to Toronto, to Ontario, to Canada, but we'll also try to look at solutions that we can have for Africa. And so therefore, with that said, let's go ahead and invite our guests up. If you could please join me, Idas and Cheryl Bedard. Thank you. All right. Can you all hear me? I think I'm putting on my big girl voice today, so hopefully you all can hear me. I'm usually very quiet. So thank you so much for joining me. And do we have Charles joining us on Zoom? Just want to make sure before I go ahead and start.
Hi everyone, yes, I'm here. I'm joining from Zoom.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start. So the first question that we have are, what key resources need to be unlocked or considered in an economic global recovery? And before you answer that, I would love for you all to introduce yourselves. I don't think I did justice when I was introducing you, so please go ahead and introduce yourself and let us know what your thoughts are on recovering businesses in the post-COVID world. Hello?
Hi. So I've been working in the startup space as a social entrepreneur. And through that shift, I got introduced to amazing investors who really care about impact investing. And what we have seen in the post-COVID wake-up call is that people who are not taking a progressive stance in terms of their corporate presence, their organizational presence, as well as their civic presence, that they will not be able to distinguish themselves from the people that just do the talking and don't do actually things that are action-based and make change. And so in terms of what I believe is really important in this new global economy recovery is actually watching what people do and less of what people talk about. And this is why I'm such a huge supporter of this organization, because there is so much action and so much outcome-oriented activity that I'm so proud and honored to be part of this community and to join you today.
Bad hands. I'm Cheryl Bedard. I do work here in Toronto, and I do have work across India and Africa. And what I'm seeing is that the growth of the new countries is accelerated by the use of access to the internet. We have to be very aware, as we've just heard from so many people, that there is a divide. And so when I'm working in Africa and working in India, we don't depend on computers. We depend on our phones, because in India and Africa, they've skipped the computer and they're on the e-commerce. So that's a big difference. What we're also looking at is stepping away back to where we started here in North America and Europe, when there wasn't internet connections except at cafes. And so when we're dealing in Africa and India, we have to have these hubs or centers in villages and in the city where people can access the internet. They own smartphones. This is one way of moving people forward, is to put up, and the internet is not accessed through hardline. And now I'm a satellite, so I'm lucky. But that's the kind of thing we're looking at when we look at growth in this post-pandemic area, is the leap in technology. So new countries don't take the same path that North America and Europe did. They skip the generations. And this is a key understanding. So if you want to work globally, understand that the ratios that you create for your website on for the computer will not read on the phones. So if you want to be global in your business, make sure that your website and all that you do is for the computer, but also is for the phone. Because that's who you'll be speaking to when you leave North America and Europe. And that is one of the biggest changes I've seen. The other one is, as we have left the pandemic behind us, there was a lot of discussion that everything would be online. Everything would be online. The one thing people forgot, and Peloton is one of the best examples, is that people want community. So the online area is isolating. And if you want to do business online, you must create an online community. That's going to be your path to success if you want to run an online business. So blogs work really, really well, especially if they're peer-to-peer. It was referred to earlier that people learn as well from their own peer group as they do from the professors. You have to have oversight to ensure that it is a safe environment for everyone to participate in. And then you can have a second blog that is you as the expert. But those are the key elements to that hybrid concept of online community and teaching. So that's how you're going to build success online. And that's how we're going to move forward. We're also seeing online businesses building bricks and mortar. So you've got online businesses now going to bricks and mortar, and you've got bricks and mortar going online. So that hybrid is where we're going to live in the future because they both have things to offer. And if you want to build success in your online business, you will have both.
Thank you, Cheryl. And I'm really interested to follow up on the hybrid model that we're seeing in a lot of SMEs. If you all don't know, 98% of Canada's businesses are actually small firms. And so that 2% of larger firms are not the ones that are engaging in the labor force. We actually see that the 98% of businesses are the ones that are hiring 2/3 of our labor force. And if we're moving into a hybrid model, what lessons can we learn from the Canadian firms that we can actually take to Africa and see how that can be implemented in Africa? Do you have any thoughts on that?
So Canadian technology and understanding and learning is very well respected around the world. We have to go and ask the people in Africa what they need. We can't, as Canadians, impose our opinions on Africa and the countries in Africa. Africa is a continent. But what we can do is go into these countries and say, here's what we have to offer. What would you like us to do? How can we build partnerships between your country and ours that satisfies the needs of your country in the manner that's appropriate for you, your psyche, your culture? We have to be respectful and offer it and say, pick what is best and what path do we take, rather than just imposing. So it's that partnership understanding that is going to be the strength of Canada working internationally.
I absolutely love that. Idas, do you have anything to add?
Well, what I'm seeing in the Canadian, at least in the local Ontario economy, is that there is an incredible push in terms of community around newcomers. And there are organizations that are galvanizing around the very grassroots level companies for people who have just come here. And they believe in that incredible high potential of those individuals creating these small businesses, as first generation Canadians often do. And we're seeing a big wave of that happening. And I really love that there are organizations like Her Startup, for example, that work with refugee women who are coming and starting up companies, and their momentum in terms of creating their accelerator, supporting women entrepreneurs who bear so much of the creation of jobs now we see in the new economy. And because they got pushed out of often traditional careers with the global changes in terms of the downsizing of companies. And so I find it really encouraging seeing the push of women newcomers into the space of creating companies who can then eventually, as they scale, be able to impact global economies because of their progressive thinking about how they can be more expansive about the way that they grow their company.
Thank you so much. I know that we have Charles on Zoom. And Charles, I'd like to invite you now if you want to add a few words to our question.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you so much. I was actually venue, but due to some family emergencies, I had to leave. And knowing that I prepared for this topic, I said, you know what, I was just going to pull up and see how best I can add a few things to this discussion. So thank you again for this opportunity to speak. So one of the few things I just want to talk about is e-commerce, right? A typical e-commerce business needs to make some certain decisions to keep up with the competition. It's pretty a competitive market out there. You need to have you have to redefine a business that always aligns with people, processes, and technology platforms to maximize e-commerce performances. This also enables you to better and faster make decisions that will result into incremental sales, high profits, and a greater share of voice. If you understand what I mean. So I just wanted to start with this few points. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charles. Can everybody hear me now? All right, we're back. So recently I was in Nova Scotia and I met up with a few sector councils and businesses, and I asked a really important question of what's going on and what do you need? And the sector council representatives told me, listen, Nancy, we don't have resources to retain people. And I said, what do you mean by that? And they said, oftentimes smaller firms are actually not able to access the human resources that they need in order to retain people. And so I find it very interesting that as Canada is facing a labor shortage, we're currently looking at ways of providing resources for businesses. So in that sense, given the challenges that many businesses are currently facing, whether that's market pressures such as inflation, whether that's labor shortage, or anything else, what areas should business leaders focus or invest in to remain viable? Cheryl, you want to start us off?
I think it depends on the business and it's a culture, it's leadership. So if you engage your employees and you create a culture that is holistic and encompassing, people will take ownership of the business and ownership of the vision of the business and the mission of the business. So it really comes from the top down. They're not employees as much as they are partners in the business. And if they have an ownership position, not in terms of money, but in terms of ideals and structure, they're more likely to stay. Here's some small things you can do that many owners have difficulty understanding, but things like group benefits, group RSPs. I'm putting my financial hat on now. These are things that are, you can structure them to your budget, so they may be fairly limited, but anything that helps people with their lives. So basic pharmaceuticals for children, that sort of thing can be extremely helpful in retaining your clients. And at a group level, it's not that expensive. Setting up an RRSP, a group RSP, you may match it, you may offer a certain percentage, or you may just set it up for your employees and set up the deductions for them to facilitate their savings. So there's a number of things you can do that are low cost, that have powerful opportunities. Daycare is another one you can look at, either a subsidy or if you're big enough to supply a daycare on your premises. These are other things that you can look at. Things that are incrementally not that important to you as the owner, but to your employees, makes a huge difference in how they can live their lives, how they plan for the future, how they take care of emergencies, how they care for their children. These are all dominant in their lives. And if you respect those and figure out how you can support your employees in that way, you will find that you will build loyalty. And loyalty is a two-way street. So if you want your employees to be loyal to you, you must be loyal to them as well. And the easiest thing to do when things are tough is to fire people. Find other solutions, give people job security. They're more likely to stay with you if you respect them as people, and as much as possible, figure out how you can keep them even in the hard times. They will be loyal to you because you're loyal to them.
Thank you, Cheryl. Edith?
I was talking to a friend of mine who actually works at a very big Canadian corporation, and one of the biggest challenges they're finding is addressing the fact that people don't feel like they belong in the workforce after the post-COVID world. They can't adjust to the shift back from working at home to a hybrid space. And there's a lot of stress related to that because people are trying to figure out what is it worth going into the workplace? Do they feel like they're very actually accepted in, and a lot of people have discovered more about themselves as people having been at home and disconnected from the workforce. And so more and more big companies are looking at really having conversations with senior leadership and actually diversifying their senior leadership so they can start asking better questions about what it means to actually belong to a company culture. And those conversations are just, I think, starting, and they're addressing things like, what does it mean to, how do we address the feeling that people have about being microaggressed in the workplace? How do we allow people the voice to be able to express that so they feel more comfortable? And we were having a conversation actually last night after the pitch event, where we were talking about the skilled labor shortage that is so achingly problematic in this country. And because of the point system awarding certain types of professions very highly in terms of immigration, we're struggling so hard to find the basic skills to, for example, grow companies like our small and medium enterprise. And so I wonder what's actually happening at that level of government where we're looking at addressing this skill shortage for the companies that actually build and create companies, and this for the kind of resources and skills that actually build companies, where people are scrambling trying to find people to fill those kinds of jobs as they grow their companies.
Thank you, Idas. I want to invite Charles to go ahead and give us his thoughts on what areas should business leaders focus on or invest to remain viable.
Thank you so much. Do you guys hear me? Just checking. Do you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Okay. One of the areas I think business leaders should focus on and rather invest in, one of them would be people, capital, and ideas. So for people, um, we all know that the foundation of our economic success resides in our human capital, right? We need to cultivate and enhance it. You can never go wrong investing in people, personal development, building up skills for them. Um, Another area I wanted to talk about is capital. We need enabling environment that attracts investment, that nurtures new ventures and industries, and also allows existing businesses to expand and create new jobs for people. And I also want to talk about ideas, investing in ideas, you know, developing new ideas and putting them to use are very key to competitiveness and growth. Um, as we transition to an economy where wealth creation becomes increasingly tangible assets such as IP and data, um, a modern innovation toolbox must be a core element of our economic framework. So I think these three areas, people, capital, and ideas, should be one of the major places where business leaders should focus on right now and try to invest in. Thank you so much.
Everyone on stage to this is a really poignant question. If I'm a small business and I want to invest in my people, can you all give me some resources that are currently out there for me to be able to access in order to invest in the people that are working with me? And I want to start out with Edith, because you had talked a little bit about that, and I'm curious to know if we can go ahead and give our audience, the business leaders in the audience, a few ideas.
Yeah, I love talking about this because it's my true passion. When I was taking an Uber here yesterday, there was the cab driver was talking. I said, "What else do you do in terms of your income?" And he said, "I'm actually a welder and I work 10-hour shifts 4 days a week, so I have 3 days off. So I work Uber." And he said, "I'm also thinking about opening up a welding company." And I said, "Oh, tell me more about that." And so I said, well, here's my card, because I'd like to talk to you, connect you to maybe some of the regional innovation centers where they might persuade you to build your welding company there because it makes sense geographically. But also I gave them the card for someone who works for the city of Toronto for the small business, they're called small business development centers. And so one of the big resources that people who are starting businesses aren't aware of is that each municipality will have a small business center that is responsible for programming that's directly geared towards creating small businesses. And also, when people are starting businesses, they tend to just stay very local in terms of thinking about where it makes sense for them to do it. And having now working at Tech, I'm realizing that each of the regional innovation centers have now really become very niche about what kind of companies they service based on what makes sense in terms of their regionality. And what's powerful about that is that one, you don't have too much duplicate programming that's wasting public money. But secondly, you're bringing entrepreneurs and residents to help those companies that come to those regional innovation centers that are very specific and have those skills that can really help that company. And so I really encourage people to first find their municipal business center. And then if they're actually a company that starts to grow beyond what is a small business and moves to a medium-sized business that has scale potential, look for the right regional innovation center that is most geared towards the kind of company that you're scaling. And then they will direct you towards where geographically that is most beneficial for you to run a business in terms of incentive programs. Another really amazing program is for hiring students. And so there has been a big push from the government to provide funding to do that. And they've done those programs through different organizations. And you can now hire students where a lot of those salaries, if you're hiring new graduates or people returning to school, a lot of that money comes back to it, and it gives people amazing job experience who have such high potential because people are taking a chance on them because they're having that de-risk by making it less expensive for them. So I find those programs are really incredible for small businesses. And most recently, I've been involved with the Idea Fund. And so this is an initiative that is running over 2 years. And what that is doing is it's affording companies that of all different types of background to be able to perform some kind of project that's going to take their company and make it more carbon friendly or more ecological or impactful in that way. And they get some funding in order to carry the project over 9 months. And so that provides many kinds of benefits. One, they get an enormous amount of entrepreneur and resident support, which is basically free consulting that is part of the program. But additionally, you get to be a part of a cohort of people and you get to build out your network in terms of people who are doing ecological pivots and people being able to give you input on your company as it grows. And so there are programs that are particularly niche, but there are also municipal and provincial regional organizations that are really designed to help people grow their companies, but a lot of people are not familiar with them because they're not part of those networks that nudge them towards that. And so I strongly encourage people to really lean into those organizations and to talk to them and really make that phone call because so many nonprofits and a lot of people who work for nonprofits here can relate to this are incredibly overtaxed and burdened with the kind of mission that they have. And so mailboxes have become now the scourge of our generation. And so picking up the phone, maybe email could be used for a follow-up or for an ask for a meeting, but most likely you're going to catch somebody now and actually may even delight them with a phone call because people rarely ever pick up the phone and call. And so I've been finding more and more that people who actually make more progressive experiences for themselves are physically moving towards going away from the traditional tech kind of connection to people and making more of that person-to-person connection and asking people who else should I be talking to, because there has been this this disconnect and so many shutting down of so many different programs. It's hard to know what's currently active, and making that human contact is that person who will give you that right connection, because it's so hard to Google things anymore because of so much old stale data that's out there that hasn't been updated yet to find out what's really current and what you should be applying for now and what's really relevant for you.
Thank you so much. And Cheryl, I invite you, as someone who's worked in the Global South and you've worked across the different countries in Africa, we are being joined currently both online and in person by a lot of representatives of governments in Africa. So I'm curious to know if you have any ideas about what those representatives can provide for small businesses in Africa or for small businesses in Africa.
I'm going to take a step back from that For the people in North America whose countries are Africa and India, those of you who wish to give back, you can be the bridge between North America, Europe, and your home country. It's a key element to being successful in building a business in your home country. If you have the contacts in your home country, you're bringing the expertise you've acquired in Europe and in North America, and you're taking it back to your country. But most importantly, you understand the psyche of your home country. So you can be a tremendous bridge of aid and help and understanding and knowledge between what is necessary in your home country and how we can help from North America and Europe. And that's the model that I use. And I find it very successful because I'm not sitting here in North America determining what is necessary in different countries in Africa or in India. I've got someone who has lived it and has experienced it. And they're telling me, well, when I go back to my home country, I go back as a Canadian, I go back as a Swiss, I go back as an American, but I have the understanding and respect of the people there because I look like them, I understand them, I understand how they operate, that essence of the country. And that is what is missing when you are a North American trying to do business in these other countries. You don't have the knowledge base. You might think you do, but unless you've lived in that country and understood it, you don't. So if you want to build success, find yourself those partners and then go into these foreign countries and you will build success in that manner. It's a key element to understanding. But more important than anything else is ask. And then listen. Don't tell people what they need. Ask them what they need. Also ask them how to facilitate it. How do we do that in your country? How is your country different than the one I live in? And how do we make it work? It's a partnership. And you don't go into these countries and take everything out. You go into these countries and you leave things behind. And that's an thank you. And that's the difference in being successful, is everybody gets paid their fair share and everybody shares equally. And the one thing North America and Europe can give is knowledge. That is the gift you can give back into your home countries, is the knowledge you've acquired elsewhere. And when you leave that knowledge there and you give them the wherewithal to run their own lives, then they rise up. And that's how you build success over the long term.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. That was amazing. Yeah, definitely. And I think asking and listening are the main tenets of inclusivity, which also leads me to my next question. And this one, I would love for Charles to lead us on with this particular answer to this question, which is, how do we ensure that we build, or rather we continue to build, inclusive and resilient local and national economies? Charles? Okay, great. So we can actually start off with Edith.
So I'm a huge fan of behavioral economics, and behavioral economics is essentially the study of, rather than looking at the data that people interpret and they think they understand how people behave, actually really looking at what people do and trying to figure out how do we nudge them in the right direction, because we think by using traditional economics that if we apply certain pressures, people will behave a certain way, and humans are notoriously not that way. And so one of the really amazing things that I notice working with entrepreneurs and working with small businesses is that a lot of people, there's this idea of what's called confident incompetence, that people who are the least confident, the people who are the least competent are the most confident because they're just actually not aware that they're not skilled and good at something. And so they just give it their all and they go for it. And the people who are actually incredibly skilled and competent lean back because they know that there's such a huge world of things that they don't know, and their intelligence gives them that purview. And so there's this really amazing study that I'm going to go too long about this, but it's essentially about trying to find people to be head nurses. And so they were finding certain people, demographics were always pushing to be head nurse. And they were using behavioral economic theory to say, how do we actually figure out who should be the head nurses in these hospitals? And so what they did was they had everybody go on rotation and be head nurse, everybody. So nobody selected in, nobody selected out. And then they saw, okay, now whoever wants to apply can apply for the job. And then they looked at everybody's behavior over the course of those weeks, and they ended up actually selecting people who did not apply, because those people who didn't apply actually were the most qualified individuals to become head nurse. And so when I'm working with startup founders, I find that it's about talking about the way you ask questions. The way questionnaires are designed in terms of designing programs are inherently flawed and biased. And so for example, we're redesigning one of our programs called Beyond Boundaries at Holtec, and it's for women entrepreneurship. And it's been phenomenally successful during the online world for COVID. It worked really well. But now we're looking at what does it look like in the hybrid space. And so the first thing we're doing is figuring out how do we design a questionnaire to talk to the community, to let them tell us in the post-COVID world, how do women want to be trained in the very core powerful components of entrepreneurship, and let them help us build it, as opposed to we build it for them and hope they come. And so more and more we're learning through the process of studying behavioral economics in terms of how we actually get change in the world. We have to really start by asking, it's the way that we ask the questions matters sometimes more than the data that we think we're trying to get at.
Thank you so much, Cheryl.
I'm sort of at loss here. When we look at people and how people act and what drives people, if you ask the right questions, as you said, looking at what drives people and how you can satisfy their needs is sort of a gut reaction that you have. And if you build that into your business and you build into the business that understanding of people and what makes them feel important, these are some of the simple criteria that you can use internationally and globally to understand what are the driving forces behind people. It is emotional. Most decisions people make today are emotionally driven decisions. If you're building a business, remember that they buy you first, and then they buy whatever you're offering. So there's some basic understandings of human nature that we seem to have got lost in this hurly-burly of technology that we have to return to. Because as much as we use the internet, and with the white hair and all, I'm a techie and I love it. And I use it internationally on a daily basis. But I'm going to, for the students whom I've taught, I'm going to say one thing that's really important. Would you put your cameras on, please? Because it is that one-on-one, face-to-face that is still so powerful, because we are humans. And we want to connect. We want to know something about you. We want to feel how you respond to what I'm saying to you. You have to understand that we are first and foremost human, irregardless of where we come from. We are human beings, and each person it needs to be respected. And you need to be able to see people. If you can't touch them, which has been wonderful over these last 2 days, to be able to see the full body, to be able to hug and talk and touch, this is human need. So when we're using the internet, how do we connect? Well, we connect visually, and by the tone of voice that we're using, and by our gestures. We have to humanize the technology. It is a tool, not a toy. It's a tool. And how do you make it work for you and fulfill your promise to the people whom you're speaking to? How do you do that? What tools do you use on this technology that helps you connect? That basic human connection is the basis of everything, and we cannot forget humanity. We can't get lost in all the buzzwords. I'm teaching to my students, they know what I'm talking about. You need to be that basic human being. You have to be flawed. Don't be a robot. Show your imperfections. Make mistakes, acknowledge them. Be human. Because it's your humanity that is going to be successful.
Thank you so much. I think that was amazing. Again, the wonderful Cheryl Vidal. At this time, I think we have time for one last question from the audience. If anyone would like to ask a question at this time, please feel free. Oh, we have lots of hands. That's amazing.
Do we have mics, please?
Can we get a mic to the lady in the front, please?
Thank you. So thank you for this opportunity. I kind of like, I have to ask this question. Yeah, thanks for panels for all your wonderful advice. And I really appreciate it as a small business owner. So I'm the founder of Chance Group, and we provide resources and informations that helps newcomers to help them to settle down in Canada. So as we are talking about newcomers, immigrations, and as a small tech startup business owner, so the conversation actually really relates to me as a small business owner. So the challenge as a small business owner and also a female entrepreneur at the early stage, just to save the cost. So I hire a lot of students through universities and schools. The challenges I found that there's a lot of government grant, but they're more for domestic students. Not so many opportunities are there for international students. I've done interviews with a lot of wonderful international students, but I couldn't hire them. So I actually spent a month or two just to find the right candidates. I have the money on the side from the government. I couldn't find the domestic students that fit the criteria. Lots of all the students come to me, I ask them first question, are you international students? If they say yes, I'm sorry. I couldn't do it because I don't have the funding. I have the funding from the government, but it's very sad. So from what I'm seeing, and lots of international students are wonderful. They have great skills, but we couldn't do. So that's the problem I found with those government fundings. I also talked to a lot of schools, colleges. They have programs like Humber College, because I graduated from there. They have programs. The school would provide funding for small business to hire interns or co-ops, but also for domestic students. Yeah, there's just nothing available for international students. And it's very, very challenging. Yeah.
I see Ida's going to start us off.
That actually hits me so hard when I think about that, because you realize that the social impact of that is that it creates a two-tier employment system where now the international students now have to take jobs that are frontline, probably that are lesser skilled, because they're being excluded from the funding of that program. And I really had a hard time understanding that when I was actually working for a startup and we were applying for a Technations grant, and that it has to be a permanent resident that qualifies for the program. And the way that they've earmarked that funding, in terms of the criteria for the applicants, I found it incredibly prejudicial. And so you're highlighting it very clearly in the framing of what that when you look at then the impact of that, is that we have all these international students that are not there. There's a ceiling that they hit, and they cannot apply for more skilled jobs as a result of it, especially during a big push where students have never had so much great opportunity to find work. I graduated in the recession and there were no jobs. And so this is an era where there was this boom of post-COVID employment, but you could see there was no opportunity for people who were here paying very expensive tuition as international students, not being able to earn an income.
Cheryl, do you have anything to add very quickly?
Fortunately, it's government. And if it's government, we are the government. We need to you need to voice that to the people that make the decisions. And it may not be, you may need to band with the other entrepreneurs who are having the same challenges and have the same opinion as you and create a voice. And it comes from the grassroots. If you feel strongly about this, and I think you absolutely do, find others who feel the same as you, and then take it to your local MPP, and start that groundswell of this isn't fair, the two-tiered system, but it requires you to take action. And sometimes that is not within your bandwidth of energy and time and everything else. But if somebody steps forward and starts to move this forward and starts to express the concerns that you have expressed, people will hear. And I think that has been the biggest change I have seen just pre-pandemic and post-pandemic is things, and I've got the white hair, I earned it. I have seen such a groundswell of change in the ability of people to band together and create enough noise, and people today are willing to listen. So we had the Me Too, we had the Black Lives Matter, we have our Indigenous people. I've heard of these all my life since I was this high, but now people are listening. So that is a groundswell change that you should take advantage of and create some sort of entity that can band together with other entrepreneurs who have the same problem and want a resolution. I think that in this day and age, it's possible you could be heard. Whereas 10, 15 years ago, probably not.
Thank you, Cheryl. As always, the amazing Cheryl with that. Do we have time for one last question? I know that quite a few hands were up. Oh.
Hi. Thank you again, for your presentation. I like it, by the way. I just want to come from a different,
Put your mic on.
Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I really like everything that you said. Just want to come from a different perspective, this time now, post-pandemic, if we can call it so. I know a lot of companies now are struggling, and I know also that new startups that are struggling, to get funded, for their projects. And I'm just wondering if you can elaborate a little bit further or give some good ideas, how to help this new startup getting, like new fund, get found into the project in a short period of time. I'm not saying that, asking the investor to just give us the money for free, but there are some great idea out there, and there's a lot of struggle, to have investors, like listen to us and help us. From your perspective, what are the advice that you can give us?
Yeah, I think summarizing that is basically saying, what are some unconventional ways that business leaders and small companies can access funding? Any ideas? Let's start off with Sean.
There are 2 steps to funding. And the first step is you as the entrepreneur have to think like an entrepreneur. So you have to realize what is required to be an entrepreneur. Then you have to start to pretend to be one, and then you will eventually be one. But when you're an entrepreneur, you have 2 hats. One is you are the boss, and the other is you are the employee. And you have to be on both sides of the table. But if you really want to be successful as an entrepreneur, you have to put the proper building blocks in place. And they're the things that are not interesting. Those students of mine will know what I'm talking about. You need to be incorporated. You cannot get money if you're not incorporated, and doing it online is not worth the piece of paper it's written on. You have to be properly incorporated with shares, your books, everything has to be done properly. Hire an accountant, please, or you're leaving money on the table. BDC is going to ask you for the name of your accountant, and hire a bookkeeper to set up your books for you. Those are the basics of running a business. And if you want to be considered an entrepreneur who's running their own business, do that. The second thing is research. make sure that your bright idea has legs. Write a proper business plan. Writing the business plan and doing that SWOT is a key element for you to understand. When you go and ask for money, there's lots of money available. There's lots of money available, but you have to qualify yourself for it. And that is, do your due diligence, do the hard work, do the uninteresting things, be creative, and hire people to do all the other things that distract you from the main path of what you do and what you're good at. Success is not to do everything yourself, but to surround yourself with all the experts you need to be successful. And this is what I do in my other world, is I work with people to build their businesses. And the first thing we do is go through this process. And it's the one I teach. But there's money available. There's lots of money available. If you live in the hinterlands of Canada, outside of the major cities, and I live in Huntsville right now, 3 hours north of here. That's a Canadian thing, by the way. It's about 240 kilometers, but in Canada, we tell distance by time. So I'm about 3 hours north, and they have the Muskoka Foundation. It is there to lend money from the federal government to entrepreneurs in the local areas. You need to do your own research. You need to figure out who can support you. Don't ask me to hand it to you. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, you have to stand up and be counted as an entrepreneur. You need to do your research. You need to go and you have to open your mouth and ask. I have a big owl that sits in my office. Okay. And it's who? Who do you know? Who do you know? I also have an elephant. You need them one bite at a time. So as an entrepreneur, your struggle to become successful is the litmus test as to your capability of making this a go. And that's why it's so hard in the beginning to get money. There isn't one bank I know internationally or locally that's going to lend you 100% of what you need. BDC is 10%. So if you're borrowing $60,000 from Futurepreneur and BDC, they want you to see $6,000 invested, and it cannot be borrowed money. That's where friends and family come in. That's where your other job comes in. You have to invest your own money and show that you're willing to take a risk on your idea so that they will take a risk on you. So identify what it is they're asking for and make sure you supply it. If you're looking for a grant, there's lots of grants, and there's a list that comes out. I forget the website. I'm sure it's on, if you talk to Matty, she'll tell you. There is a website that you can use that tells you where the grants are and what they are, what they're offering. But remember, there's always an ulterior motive for the grant. You make sure that you fit that criteria or don't bother. Okay, because then it goes over their shoulder if you're not matching the criteria. So as an entrepreneur, it is your responsibility and your obligation to know the playing field. We teach it. We try very hard to impart on you the information you need, but to a certain extent, you have to go find it yourself. That shows that you have the strength to be an entrepreneur. It's the first test of entrepreneurship to build success. I will tell you the one thing I've learned over the years of living in 3 countries is there's more failure in the 5th to 6th year of a business from underfunding. So be cautious on your cash flow and make sure that you ask for enough to cover you for the next, they want 2 years. You should be planning out 3 to 5 years to know how you're going to scale your business.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Idas, any last words before we close out the session?
I'll try to leave on a slightly funny note, because entrepreneurship is notoriously up and down and hard. So I was looking for holiday products. This was sometime last year. And I saw this product that people put their feet up and they use it for tummy issues. And so it was such a neat product. I hate step stools in the bathroom. And so I ordered some and I was really curious, about who ran this company. And so I called her up and I said, this is a really interesting product. It's really beautiful. I like your brand. Can you what's going on with this company? She said, you have no idea. I'm on the verge of quitting. And I said, really? She said, yeah, this is the last of my inventory. I'm going to sell it. And maybe I'll sell the patent to it because I have that, but I think I'm ready to let it go. And I said, before you decide to sell that patent, will you talk to somebody that I want to put you in touch with? And that was my boss at a regional innovation center. I said, I'd like you to talk to her about you and this retail product before you decide to throw it in and take the offer. And so I started also social sharing how much I loved her product, and it's called the Stoolie. And so I said, I have a feeling. I said, what made you do this? And she said, I used to work with people with bowel problems, and I really felt like they needed this one product. And so I put all my money into it. My friends, my family gave me money. I'm so in debt. I had it ecologically built. It was more expensive. I could have had it built cheaper offshore and all this. And I put my heart and soul to it, but she said, it's not going to work. And I said, well, I love it. And I see people love it. I said, I have a feeling about this. I think you're so close. Don't give up just yet. And so she pushed through. She spoke to my boss. She got a few leads. And I said, I have a feeling like somebody in the wellness space, like Gwyneth Paltrow or some bougie person like that is going to love this product. Send it to them and see what happens. And she was able to overcome that hump, but she still owns her company now. But she was just like, that was that one phone call just before she was about to tell the buyer who wanted her patent, saying you can have it. And it's sometimes when you're just on that edge of quitting, making yourself vulnerable and telling somebody, I'm going to quit. Should I do it? Before you talk yourself out of, getting over that one more hump where you're just about at the verge of success. And so on that note, I just want to say thank you for the privilege of having this conversation with this community.
Thank you, everyone. We wish you all learned quite a lot from our guests today. Thank you to Edith, thank you to Cheryl, and thank you to Charles.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. One moment here. It's my phone. It's back to normal. Okay, thank you, Professor Adosi, and to all the panelists for this very illuminating conversation. There's no doubt that Africa's economic recovery will take concerted efforts on national levels and with investment and remittances from the diaspora, as well as support from government agencies and development partners. We'll now just invite you to grab and go coffee as we are running over on time. There's coffee and tea at the very back. We encourage you to grab a coffee, come back to your table, and then in 2 minutes' time, I will announce the third panel.
Through its annual Friends of Africa FOA Economic Roundtable, CASA Foundation brings together business owners and professionals in the public and private sectors in Africa and North America to share their perspectives on key economic and infrastructure development initiatives with a goal to collaborate on the execution of these ideas for the development of better communities in Africa.
right? So people can come together as a community. There can be a peer-to-peer communication. Sorry, there's a point-to-point communication, one-to-many, many-to-one.
Gentlemen, if you could please make your way to your table. The only reason I ask is that we're running behind. Surprise, but that's okay. That's part of a live conference. If I could get everyone's attention to come back indoors, please, that would be greatly appreciated. We are now moving into our third panel, a roundtable of government discussions with the theme of enacting policy, trade, sustainability in global recovery. And I am absolutely delighted to welcome our moderator for this session, the Honorable Jean Augustine. Madame, if you could make your way up. Would you like a hand? Excellent. Please have a seat, make yourself comfortable. And then Dr. Jean Augustine, a bit of this remarkable woman's bio. Dr. Jean is the first Black federal minister and member of Parliament in Canada until 2006. Madame is also the founder of the Jean Augustine Center for the Empowerment of Girls. With focus, she attended Toronto Teachers College and earned a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Toronto. So did I. Jean earned her master's in education degree while working as an elementary school teacher with a Metropolitan Separate School Board in Toronto. She would later become principal and supervisory officer while remaining deeply involved in grassroots efforts in the community. And today, we would then also invite our panelists to come aboard. I understand one of our panelists will be joining us via Zoom, and we have a total of 3 panelists. So if they could all make their way to the stage, please, for panel 3. Thank you.
Where are my panelists? Is the microphone, all right, that's good. Thank you. So Morocco is present. Where is Mali? Madame. And Uganda. Uganda is here. And Qatar, you're on the Zoom?
Yes, ma'am.
One of the things about having a live session like this is the fact that to find out actually where each other is, where the work is, what we're doing, how we're doing, and the importance of us sharing to continue the conversation. And so today is an important one. At the same time, I know that we are behind in terms of time, and so I will not make any preparatory remarks, but I will go directly into the questions. And I'd like to begin by asking you to introduce yourself before we start the questions. So, Mr. CG,
yes,
from Morocco,
exactly.
would you pronounce your name and spell?
Rashid Zain, Consul General of the Kingdom of Morocco to Toronto.
Okay, and say something about Morocco for us.
Exact. Thank you for your introduction. First of all, I want to extend my deepest gratitude for Friends of Africa Economic Summit organizer for offering this opportunity to learn from excellencies, the ambassadors and distinguished panelists, but also, as you said, to share our experiences, to share with you Morocco's experience regarding the big economic challenges and the post-pandemic prospects. So how did Morocco respond to these challenges? Before embarking on public policies put in place after the recovery, I'd like to give an overview of multiple measures undertaken during the pandemic period. First initiative, a special emergency fund has been created to help vulnerable sectors and to upgrade the national health system's infrastructure. This was compulsory. So, and then beginning of the crisis, April 2022, the government provided stipends to informal sector workers without social security. Along with that, tax breaks and interest rates reductions were provided to support struggling businesses, particularly in the tourism sector. In conjunction with that, a stimulus package of 12.8 billion, including 8 billion in loans, was implemented. The government declared a comprehensive recovery roadmap for the private sector.
I'd like to thank you very much for having us. I want to thank CASA Foundation for organizing this conference. And I recognize the speakers who came in before. I'm Amelia Kiambade. I have worked as a Principal Private Secretary to the President, Chief of Staff. And then I've worked as a minister and a member of Parliament. I got interested in CASA Foundation, or Friends of Africa, because I chaired the negotiations of African Continental Free Trade Area. And I realized that such fora as these would go a long way in promoting African Continental Free Trade Area. So last year I attended on Zoom. This is the second one. Talking about COVID, we have had, we know all the challenges. I need not go into lamentations now. But what has government done? At the moment, it has stepped up some of the institutions, for example, organizations like oil and gas, so that we're able to employ about 20,000 people per annum in that industry. It has stepped up the mineral industry, energy and minerals, so that we are able to employ more people, because we know very well that during this time, most people were redundant. We have stepped up skilling because we realize that once you don't skill, definitely you'll not have any service. So there's been aggressive investment in human resource, focusing on skilling, especially the youth and women. As far as businesses are concerned, we are all aware that most of the businesses had collapsed. Not most, but there was a shift. There was a shift in that more other industries came up, for example, like digitalization. Of course, people started working from home. That was a shift. People who were making alcohol started making sanitizers. That was a market, a big market. Mass. Salt, we're importing salt, imagine. But during that time, we learned how to mine salt, and we're producing our own salt. So that is where the shift was, but it's not sufficient. We'll talk about the rest later. Thank you so much for listening.
Again, there is a word that was used and came into use during COVID, and that word is pivot. We talked about we have to pivot, and you use the word shift, and I think it's the same thing. We had to shift. We had to look for opportunities because of the situation in which we found ourselves. So let's hear then from our virtual speaker from Qatar. Are you there, Qatar? How far away are you?
Yeah. Good morning to you there in Toronto. Firstly, my name is Ade Akintayo. I'm head of technical services at Qatar Energies in Doha. Unlike the two previous speakers, I don't speak for government. I'm a resident and I work in the government sector, but I don't really speak for government. Having said that, I think we had a lot of lessons here in Qatar as well, or in the Middle East generally during the COVID era. Like you will not be surprised to find out that our challenges are not exactly the same like many of our friends back home in Africa or in Canada, for example. In Qatar, for example, we were able to switch very, very quickly to have like the what we call an ETIRAS here. It's an application that helps you to trace, to trace the COVID and things like that. But I come back to what everybody had already pointed to, the word pivot or the word change. And I take the example for a company like Qatar Airways, who was particularly successful during the COVID era. Because you will find out that in the Middle East, there are two big hubs. One is in Doha with Qatar Airways, and the other is in Dubai with Emirates. As soon as COVID happened, most airlines shut down. And Qatar Airways for example, was very successful in pivoting away from passenger travel to just helping people who were stranded in many areas of the world just to move them to their own countries. They were not coming in for travel or anything. In fact, for a long time within the COVID era, Qatar Airways, for example, remained the only airline that was fully operational, moving people around. And that spoke in their results. You could see at the end of the era, they had moved from being maybe number two to becoming number one in the region in terms of passenger travel, in terms of cargo. They had done very well in that. So that's just to support the wording or what we've talked about in terms of pivot. Many other industries also had that kind of pivot, but I'm sure we will come to that as we go into the discussion later tonight. So everybody did the necessary pivot. Some have been more successful than others. I think in the state of Qatar in particular, we were very successful with the area of applications, deploying the apps and switching the businesses. It is obviously helpful that it's a country that has a very high GDP. So that's helped them as well. But we'll talk about this in more detail as we go into the discussions tonight. Thank you.
what we're showing here is the role and the responsibility that government took. Okay, just waiting for the technical people to take out the echo. The role that governments to ensure that we could get through the pandemic in such a way that their citizens could in some way or the other could reach the point of fearing and feeling well as could be expected in those circumstances. But let's talk about the role of the diaspora or that friends of Africa play in contributing to the global economic recovery. As we have the discussions around here, I'm showing that the role that friends of Africa, the contribution, the businesses, the interaction, the sharing, the technology, all of these things that we have been discussing over the last few days. What role did all of that play in what you could consider recovery? Anybody want to take that? Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Well, when we're talking about the diaspora, definitely the diaspora also suffered during this time, the previous years. Because when you look at the remittances, for example, that were coming to Uganda, at one time it was about $2 billion per annum. But now it went down, it dropped from 200 to 50. So that shows actually that the diaspora is also suffering. But this is also an opportunity for us to form consortiums with our strategic partners and come and invest in some of our countries. If I'm coming from Uganda and I'm living here, who am I partnering with here in Canada? So that we go back. Yesterday I was listening to the pitches there, and I had people who are actually partnering with some of their countries instead of just sitting here. 3, there could be an exchange in the education sector. There could be a university exchange. You find that some students come here and learn about Canada, about exposure, be exposed, and then go back. But also Canadian students could also go to Uganda or to any other African country and learn more about that particular country and then come back. That form of exchange actually will bond our relationship between both countries. Consortium, what do I mean? If I'm working in a energy sector, I could go form members, Canadian members here. We go from Ugandan members and we form a consortium and work on some of those areas. So I feel the role of the diaspora is very important. Especially, I'm surprised we don't have financial institutions here. Financial institutions should be part and parcel of such fora. What packages do they have for such organizations? Of course, we had a minister here who is dealing with the financing, but we also need to look at the SMEs. What packages do they have for the small and medium enterprises, these financial institutions?
Home because of the blockage of the borders.
Well, I think I'm tempted to say that the diaspora from any and every country, if we were to take your country or to take Uganda or to take any, the diaspora is now playing an important role in connecting. There was a time you said goodbye to the country for some reason, and then that was it. No, we know the importance of the diaspora. And those Canadians who can identify, know that they too have a role to play and they have the support that they must play if we are to move together. The old saying, when I was growing up, there was an old saying about the global village. The global village. I think one of the things the pandemic did was show us that we are indeed in a global village. What affects one there affects the other right here. But Mr. Akintoye, you want to speak a bit about the diaspora?
Yes, yes. I think yes, there's a very big part of what the diaspora can do for the economies back home, for sure. I think I mean, our previous speaker mentioned about the amount, the volume of money that the diaspora sends back home, $2 billion pre-COVID compared to what it is now. But I think when listening to the second session, the second session, one of our speakers in the second session also mentioned that the diaspora itself should be considered as a bridge, as people can take back home partnerships, they can take back home expertise. So there's something to be said about all of that. At this forum last year, I made an assertion that a lot of times we look for money from banks, from financial institutions, from foreign countries. But the truth of the matter is, because of the kind of credit rating systems and the things that needs to be in place, we may not always be able to get that kind of money. Therefore, the diaspora, this will really help if the diaspora themselves are able to use their expertise, their knowledge of the developed markets to bring some of the funding, some of the expertise that you need back home. I'll give you a very quick example, very quick example. Right now, we know that in Europe now, there's an energy crisis. And we have that energy crisis because we have a single source of oil and gas, or of gas, which is coming from Russia. There's a parallel line that potentially could supply Europe gas, which will come from West Africa. It will come from Nigeria, go through Algeria, Morocco, and all of these people. And then it will land ultimately in Europe. That line is going to cost about $15 billion, give or take, to build it. But the question is, $15 billion, those countries may not be able to raise it. So the question then is, do we have people who are in North America right now, who are in Europe, diaspora, who are in Europe, who are working in financial institutions, who are working in big banks, in investment houses, who are able to at least speak on behalf of those African countries for this kind of investment? I think this is, for me, is where the diaspora comes in. Yes, the diaspora sends a lot of money in, which you cannot underestimate that. That's a lot of money. But in addition to that, there's technical expertise that they can bring, as well as opening doors for the local countries when they go into the international market to seek for capital. Thank you.
Of the pandemic.
Thank you, Honorable Dean Augustine, for the opportunity. Thanks to Friend of Africa for inviting me, and congratulations for its 12th annual economic summit. In Mali, we undertook some fiscal action to support businesses. We lower tax payment. We protected some jobs so that people don't close their shop or leave their job. And we help also people find new job. We targeted those that were the most vulnerable, and we put social system welfare to support them. But we also see the opportunity for change, focusing on a long overdue investment in digitalization and the environment. And also we increase women participation on training for local production and consumption.
Well, we've heard from Morocco what has been done to sustain and maintain individuals and businesses. We've heard about skills and new businesses that have come about as a result of the shift from Uganda. And I'll now like to ask all of you the question, what are the economic recovery? What recovery plans are there to increase, to diversify, and to make sure that trade and investment within your country, within your province,
hundreds populations in the growth process with a view to creating jobs, improving development indicators, human and protection of the most deprived. A program of social priorities has been defined, such as access to education, healthcare, and professional integration, road construction, electrification, and the supply of drinking water to rural agglomerations. The reform of state-owned enterprises and the generalization of access to public health insurance and to family allowances, which is a cash transfer program. This is very important. In addition, a fund called the King Mohammed VI Fund has been created to catalyze private investment through investment in viable small and medium-sized enterprises operating in strategic sectors like agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, innovation, ITC, and growth. Also, public-private partnerships have been implemented to finance commercial infrastructure projects. On the economic front, public policies were put in place in order to boost GDP growth, which rebounded to 7.4% in 2021 after contracting by 6.3% in 2022. So this upward movement was driven by an exceptional cereal crop after 2 consecutive years of drought, supportive macroeconomic policies, solid manufacturing exports, and a surge in remittances and progress on the COVID-19 vaccination.
Wonderful. So how about Uganda? Where do we go from here?
Before we go very far, I would like to mention that the small and medium enterprises were supported with 500 million US dollars. Those were or the ones that were around the city. In the rural areas, agriculture, most of them, Uganda is mainly an agriculture-based economy. So they were supported with activities like seedlings, because seedlings are expensive, pesticides, in order to boost their agriculture development. But at the same time, there was a model that was created called a parish model, parish development model, whereby a parish is an area that comprises of about 100, about between 80 to 100 villages. So they'll they would cluster different groups of businesses. For example, if I'm in the saloon or small industries, if I'm in a saloon or I'm a market vendor, you form associations and you're given money. Each association is given money but you borrow, you don't, it's not given out, it's not a handout. It's a loan. It's a loan. So, and then you continue with your business. That project has already started throughout the country. Of course, we have had issues. I'm sorry to keep bringing the bank, because for them, they refuse to reduce their interest rates. But still, what government did, it put up an interest-free fund for the others. So another issue, of course, I had mentioned the others, fast tracking, oil and gas, where you have construction of a pipeline, construction of a refinery. But what does it mean for an ordinary person? This ordinary person will be the one to work on some of the pipes, you know, they'll be able to fix the nails, to fix an ordinary person. So that one also is a process. So where do we want to go from here? Well, as I said, that there is definitely a shift that people who used to export, I mean, to import things, now have shifted to agriculture. I remember there was someone who used to bring in clothes, then she ended up in a poultry project, and she's exporting eggs and chicken in the region. She says she's making more money than when she was importing clothes. So she's doubled or tripled. So that is the shift, that people who were importing now have reverted to agriculture. For example, me, I'm in aquaculture. When I talk about aquaculture, I deal in fish. I've been a public servant all my time, but I'm also doing aquaculture, and I'm making a lot of money. Whenever I harvest, and I've never seen it because I was depending on the salary. Every month I would wait for my salary here on my phone, and I would know, oh, my salary has come. But by the time it comes in, I've already spent it. But now I know every 8 months I'm going to harvest, and that is money for me. And I've been able to do a lot of things, planting trees, I'm doing ecotourism, and it's only a short time. It's only 2 years from then. But that is what I'm telling, that once there is awareness on where to tap money from, it is easier. So this is awareness also we are trying to do, because as I talk about aquaculture, I go and mentor people. You can do it on a small scale. So this role of changing the economy is for all of us. We are all stakeholders in this. Even us, this powerful panel that is seated here, someone is going to go out with one of your messages. So it is not, sometimes we think it's government. What has government done? But what have you done? You as an individual. How have you changed your community? How have you changed your people? So I feel that within a few years, with the potential we have in Africa, I feel that we'll be able, we ourselves will be able to transform our economies. Because when you look at the arable land, we have 874 million hectares of arable land, but only 600 metric hectares have been developed. So what is happening to the rest? So youth skilling, we have 65%, but whom are we skilling? Are we skilling those youth out there? The other day I was looking at the young people who are making presentations. Excellent innovations. But now what about home? You know, we should always remember that we have home. How many are you skilling back home? What you're doing here should also be reflected back home. There is the online message. There is the digitalization. Let them also learn from you. So that is my take on that.
Okay, that's again the responsibility back from government to the government support to the community and the community initiatives that would, as you said, bring about that shift, and that shift that would bring about some economic recovery. And now on our Zoom, Mr. Akintoya. Qatar, come on.
Yes. Yes, I'm with you. Yes, sorry, please, could you kindly repeat the question again? There was a bit of a delay, so I missed the question.
Question is about economic recovery plans. What the recovery plans and how do you see things going forward in terms of trade and investment? In other words, what have we learned in the last couple of years?
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so yes, so what's going on in terms of investment and what have we learned in the last couple of years? I will use an example from Nigeria, which I'm a little more familiar with. So in Nigeria, for example, there's a program called Empower, which is providing funds for people who are currently out of work as a result of the COVID. So that's still ongoing, but I know that the big focus of the current government is to put a lot of money into infrastructural development. And when I say infrastructural development, what do I mean? So they're replacing the entire railway systems from narrow gauges to standard gauge. I think at the moment, they've got about 2 or 3 deep sea ports, which are going on in Nigeria at the moment. They're also expanding pipelines and a lot of this infrastructure. Now, the question is, why is all of that being done? The reason all of that is being done, again, is to be able to bring a lot of the younger people back into work, because so many people have been out of work as a result of the COVID. And I think this really makes a lot of sense, because we need to be working towards full employment of these younger ones so that people can begin to pick up. I had the opportunity of listening to the Minister of Transportation and Works in Nigeria recently, and he was going through a list of about 60 or 70 roads which they were doing, which they were upgrading at the moment. Now, and he talked about what the multiply effect of those roads were. Now, there were big contractors who were doing the roads. There were people who did design, but more than those people who are involved at a mega level, what was more important was people who were coming to those sites to sell food to the local laborers who were pouring concrete, so there were people who were selling food there. There were people who were transporting them to those locations in the areas where they had a depot to store the materials. Smaller communities grew up there. There was more to rent houses, and there was more to people sending their kids to school in those localities. So there's a big multiply effect, which I see as a result of the infrastructural development which is going on in Nigeria. I think that's the main focus of that government at this point in time. But going forward, in my view,
Spokesperson, right? See, that's the diaspora, we could be everywhere and represent. Anyway, I'm going to move on then to Madame Fatima, and if you could talk about the economic recovery plans in your country, and then we'll throw it to the audience for a couple of questions.
Thanks, Honorable Jean Augustin, for this question.
Speak with the mic, yes.
I was saying thank you for the question, Honorable Jean Augustin. And for recovery, what we did in Mali is that we engage on structural transformation of our economy through industrialization and the transformation of raw material with higher added value and knowledge. Also, we train our enterprises for a more efficient and competitive service sectors. But what needs to be done at the regional level for recovery is to strengthen the regional value chain and of production, and to reduce vulnerability to external shock in trade and commodity prices like we are facing now with a rise of the price for food and oil, and also to take advantage of the digital transition in Africa, as well as to increase the resilience of individual, society, and vulnerable people.
Okay. So we see that there are economic recovery plans. We see that the shift or the pivot or the emphasis on where we were and what we ought to do in order to move our societies forward, that we can say in each one of the countries that we've been talking with, that things are, my grandmother's, things are happening. Things are happening. And that we have not really given up on the fact that we all need to work to use the technology to recognize what has happened in that global sense, and that it's important for all of us, diaspora as well as those on the ground, being able to move ourselves forward. I'll take one or two questions because I'm conscious of the time of this panel. And because this light is in my eyes, I can't see if there are hands in the room. So can someone do the spotting? One question?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah, thank you for the panel for international. And thank you for coming. We welcome. We do, like me, I do international business. And I'm proud to be an African. And I stand with it. So now, Africa is the center. What are we going, which message, Dr. Jane, we really want you to stand up to help us? Because Africa, we have something to give. And we've given it. Which message are we gonna send to the government of Canada so that they can open doors, go to Africa, buying things, invest in it, and bringing it out?
It seems to me that what we're doing here right now, the message from Friends of Africa, the discussions around the diaspora, the fact that we all come together to share experiences, those are messages that we're sending. That Africa is not out there looking for a handout, that Africa has much to offer us, and we have much to learn from them that could be part of the way in which we move forward. And I think that when we hear what has been going on in terms of what we were doing with support for individuals, support for businesses, we hear that Morocco is doing some of the same things, and Uganda, Mali, Qatar, everybody, with every country and all the leadership were looking at their people on the ground and looking at ways in which we could all survive this pandemic. I think there are lessons to be learned in Africa. And I think that sitting in Canada, we cannot think that we have the answers. The answers are out there, the answers are everywhere. And that collaboration, partnership, respect, and recognizing that we are in this global village, what affects one affects all. And that is, we have to work in solidarity. I mean, this is my message. I may be completely off, but this is really my message. That because we are in Canada, because we are the diaspora in Canada, does not mean that looking at home, as it were, we can see the good and economic things that are happening there. But anyway, I'll let you, any of you, take that question.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I'd like to bring out one important point. I can see that there's a lot of development in Africa, but also in relationship with our partners. Remember, in the past, we used to come with pictures of starving kids, conflicts. Those are the things we used to show on the screen, and would come and beg and cry that we want aid. The conversation has changed. Among all the people who have been seated here, none has been talking about begging, about aid, about help. None. All of us have been talking about development. As Dr. said, we are talking about strategic partnerships. So there's a shift now in Africa that we are looking at development. We are looking at partnerships.
Collaboration.
Collaboration. We are no longer begging. We are no longer beggars. So I want to thank you. So this forum actually is proving a point to the Canadian government that we want partnerships. We want to work together. We are more or less equal. We have the resources. We want them to come and tap into them and help us exploit them. But as partners, so there is a tremendous shift. You should be proud of yourselves that you're seated here to look for trade, to look for partnerships, to look for collaboration, to look for development. I thank you.
Well, I think this is, unless there's a burning question, is your question a burning one? All right. Give our brother the microphone.
Thank you, Honorable. It's not burning, but it's a quick comment. And I'm going to add to what Honorable from Uganda said. I want to preempt this by saying this. A leader is sometimes defined by how they act in a crisis. Your president, Museveni, when AIDS was such a huge problem in African countries, he was the first president to recognize that it was important for him as a president to deal with it. And I remember him being interviewed and was asked, why are you taking AIDS so seriously? It's because otherwise I won't have soldiers, they'll be dead. So on this issue of working with the diaspora as partners, so that you don't have to rely on aid all the time, it's important that you take some leadership role. I know you had said he's doing some stuff. It's important to know what that is. Because if you look at the statistics, the amount of money diaspora sent back to African countries has now completely outweighed ODA. So there's more money going back to African countries from the diasporas. How is going to harness that to make sure that what you're talking about, where it's about partnership, it's about cooperation, it's not so much government to government, but also working the diaspora. And I know he can do it because I saw what he did around the AIDS crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And because of time, where is our organizer here? I think that we're ready for the next event and we're on time and I kept it on time. Thank you. Well, thank you to the panel. It was really a pleasure hearing. And I must say that I've been to 3 of the countries represented here. Uganda is the only one I've been. I've been to Mali, I've been to Qatar, and I've been to Morocco, and just really great parts of the world. We know that we watch, we observe, we have communication, we have newspaper stories. So we know what's going on as people in the diaspora. We know what's going on in your spheres of endeavor and in your world. And as our brother just said, the commentary that he's made shows that we are cognizant of what is happening out there as diaspora. So thank you very much for listening all. And we will now call this panel to a close.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to these esteemed government officials and honestly inspiring. As many of you are aware, today marks the 12th year of the anniversary of the Friends of Africa Economic Summit and the impact on the community. I'm very happy and excited to share with our audience, both in person and online, that the 10 Pitch Grant Award winners who have been training at the Black Hub Accelerator for the last several months at the CASA Foundation have been announced. The winners have all demonstrated incredible tenacity, and the competition was definitely fierce. So I encourage you, don't go away. That will be happening later. But in the meantime, there is a video that we're about to cue. And this video is, well, it commemorates the 12th anniversary of the Friends of Africa Summit. So here's the video without further ado.
CASA Foundation for International Development is a Canadian not-for-profit founded by Dr. Olutoyin Oyelade in 2011 to advance women, youths, and emerging leaders through economic, entrepreneurship, and business development initiatives. The foundation offers support to sectors in education, health, and infrastructure. Olutoyin Oyelade is the founding partner and CEO at Invicap Corporation, an investment advisory firm. She has managed portfolios worth over $8 billion, and in 2006, she rose to become the treasurer at Intercontinental Group. In 2019, she was inducted into the Global Leaders Forum. She is the founder of Afro Investors, Friends of Africa, EP Academy, and CASA Foundation.
I founded CASA Foundation in 2011 and started out looking to make an impact in our community. And since then, one is proud to say CASA Foundation has grown, and it's our 11th year as CASA Foundation. The goal of CASA Foundation largely is to actually touch and impact lives within the community and raise hope. You find that within our communities, and when I say our communities, I talk about generally, largely the Black, Indigenous, and people of color in the community. And when we speak about this type of community and we refer to them, we talk about people that have experienced a lot of gaps in resources, gaps in kind of empowerment and access to jobs and the right type of jobs, jobs that are appropriate, that meet their qualification, because we are very qualified people. So I find that we have this many gaps, so many gaps in our community. And the goal of CASA Foundation is how to bridge those gaps. We believe in the three pillars of CASA, that is partnership, mentorship, and sponsorship. As the head of business development.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that. Remember my first comments, there might be some technical issues. Well, it happens. And that's totally fine. Are we ready to re-cue the video or should we? We're ready to go. Skip ahead. Okay, great. Well, I'm very sorry, but if you need to see this later on, we will have it, of course, on YouTube channels. So ladies and gentlemen, our fourth and final panel of the day will begin momentarily. And we have the pleasure to introduce our chair of the session. And is Professor Gervin Ferron. Is Professor here by chance? The professor is the president of George Brown College. Mr. Fearon, if you are nearby, I will pass it off to you. Oh, here he comes. As he approaches, I'll read his bio. So, my apologies, Gervin Fearon became president of George Brown College in August of 2021. His career also included serving as the executive assistant to the Deputy Minister of the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, and a senior analyst at the Treasury Board for the Ontario Ministry of Finance. I could read on, but without further ado, if you could please join the stage. It's a very accomplished gentleman joining us, and he will be moderating the fourth panel, which is Creating Wealth Through the BIPOC Business Ecosystem for the National Economy.
That you've had a meaningful day already. Any moment that I can be in the same audience or amongst the amazing colleagues that are here, Jean Augustine, that I can say that I follow in more ways than one, since she's so much a trailblazer for all of us here in Canada and at one level, at a global level. But I also have looked at the other panelists and the list of individuals who've been here today, and just like to really commend you in putting together such an amazing team of individuals. So I'm really pleased to be able to join you here. As was made mention, I'm president of George Brown College, and my bio will show also served as president of Brock University and Brandon University, amongst other items. And as a result, then a number of individuals here on Dr. Wendy Soutier and I have had a long working rapport. So again, just recognizing some of the wonderful people that are all here today. As part of today's session, and it's just been made mention that this is the fourth panel discussion, I'd just like to really bring our point of focus on what the purpose of Friends of Africa conference and summits have been over the last number of years. And it really is to facilitate wealth creation ideas for the development of Africa and its economies, as well as the recognition of the diaspora and diaspora business. And in that context, the fourth session really focuses on creating wealth through the BIPOC business ecosystem for the national economy. Maybe I should even say economies. Associated with this, there'll be four panelists, and as well, including myself as the moderator. And what I'd like to do is, at this point, see if everybody's here, maybe call them up individually as well. So firstly, I'd just like to call up Tiffany Callender, and who is president of FACE Coalition, please. Just as in a moment, as I turn to each of the panelists, I'll ask them each to maybe introduce themselves a little bit. Next, I'd also like to be able to call up Cassandra Dorinton. And thank you for joining us, Cassandra. So President and CEO, and I'll rather than try to say it as an acronym, I'll just say the letters associated. So CAMSCE. And in just a moment, as you introduce yourself each, then there's an opportunity to maybe elaborate on your context and as well as some points towards the topic. What I'd like to do is just to spend a moment in level setting us all as we think through this topic that will be discussed by our panelists, and a number of points to be recognized. I think it's important for us just to recognize on the scale of the continent and the countries associated. 1.4 billion people, average age of just around 20, economic activity in terms of GDP just under $3 trillion, a number of countries growing at 4% a year in that regard. So if you think of doubling time dividing by 70, you can see that you have a number of countries and that will be doubling in terms of economic activities over the next 10 to 20 years as well. It should also be recognized in terms of the diaspora that in the Americas, about 200 million individuals of African descent are here in the Americas. In Canada itself, 1.2 million plus. And interestingly enough, about 600,000 or half of that population are individuals who've migrated to Canada as part of this generation. 50% of that 600,000 come directly from the continent of Africa as well. I think it's also important for us just to level set again on a number of items, drivers of economic growth in Africa. I'll just point to 4 very quickly and give a couple of examples. Technology, fintech. I can remember being in Kenya, almost 15 years ago, and the fintech technology and industry that was happening in Kenya and the general region, even in Nigeria at the time as well, was leading what we had here in Canada and in North America. Telecommunications, we know the idea of what's happening with satellite, microsatellite technology, and what's that done to the getting in place the kind of technologies in terms of telecommunication possibilities. Energy, not only in terms of oil production, but also in terms of green energy production that's taking place across the continent. Another significant driver, along with the incredible scope for exporting energy globally, and that even being clean energy at that. Educational attainment. What's interesting when you take a look at the demographics, 15% with post-secondary education, when you think of that number, it might understate the implications of that. In terms of the African continent, 587 million, and that 15% translates into 210 million individuals with post-secondary or university or college education. It's not too long ago, if you take a look at Canadian statistics over the last 20 years or so, that Canada 20, 30 years ago was in the same point. So what can happen in terms of economic growth and educational growth over the next 10 to 20 years can be quite significant. And it also represents a significant market, both internally as well as opportunities for engagement. Demographics is also really interesting. Relatively young population is made mention, about average age of 19.7. But that also translates into what's often called a dependency ratio. Those individuals under 14, those individuals over 65 as a percentage of the total population. Well, currently, 2021, that number stood at about 78%. Canada currently stands at about 64%. Well, Canada, that number over the next several years by 2056, that number will be at 84%. What that means is that the African continent has this incredible driver of capacity, both with education technology and energy, to really see that 5% growth spur at a significant level. So what does that mean to our topic? And our topic being, as made mention before, the idea of creating wealth through the BIPOC business ecosystem to be able to support national economy. I introduce our three panelists, and each of them then will be able to take that context of the incredible potential and current growth happening in Africa, as well as recognizing the diaspora population, both across the Americas, but at a global level, and put meaning to it on this topic. So why don't we hear from them? We'll then have a little bit of discussion as well, and then we'll hear from you through your questions as well. So with that, as I call the panelists, I'll maybe start in order and turn to them as I take a seat and ask them to introduce themselves and maybe to give a few comments to start us off on the topic, and then we can get into a fulsome discussion. I'll be following the leadership that the Honorable Jean Augustine presented, meaning each of the panelists being able to make some remarks. I'll try to spur on some of the discussion, and then we'll hear from you through the questions as well. So with that, why don't I turn to our first panelist as well? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. First, I'd like to thank the CASA Foundation for inviting me to participate at Friends of Africa. Thank you, Dr. Javon. My name is Tiffany Callender, and I am the co-founder and CEO of the Federation of African Canadian Economics, which is a historic organization that now manages Canada's first Black Entrepreneurship Loan Fund underneath the Black Entrepreneurship Program. Our organization started in 2020 during the pandemic, and I think sometimes we say that pressure is what creates diamonds, but I really think pressure is what creates opportunity. And in the case of our organization, which is a coalition, we call ourselves Face Coalition, it was bringing together Black leadership from different parts of the country that worked in terms of supporting Black entrepreneurs over the years to develop a model to allow for there to be support around financial access and also non-financial capacity building for Black businesses to start, grow, and scale their businesses. To date, which is a short period of time in existence, but as the CEO, we've been glad to see in terms of our organization, our partner and founding organizations, with our board and the support of our wonderful staff and really the community, we've been able to approve $26.4 million to Black businesses across the country, which is roughly 254 businesses. So I look forward to this conversation because it's interesting to look at whom are these business owners here in Canada. And what we found is that a lot of the business owners that we've been able to finance, and we'll talk about a little bit about when we say small and medium size, what we're really speaking about in our 1 year at FACE is seeing nano and micro businesses that have been financed, are creating jobs, and that comes from the continent. These are a lot of newly arrived, and I say that between 1 and 5 years, Africans who have joined our Black Canadian community and are making incredible strides in starting their businesses. So the wealth of, and the wealth of transfer of knowledge of skills that it's germinating here in Canada in our Black community is very, very valuable and important. And the model that we've set up at FACE, which really to support Black Canadians and their different Black Canadian experiences around business, is what makes this conversation interesting, and how are we going to really drive through business the opportunity to create employment and support the labor development here in Canada. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for those remarks, and we'll turn to our next panelist.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. for having us. Thank you, CASA Foundation. I'm very thrilled to be here. My name is Odwe Yamo. I'm the president of the Ghanaian Canadian Chamber of Commerce, as well as I also teach finance and mathematics at Humber College. I also own my own firm here in the city called Reality Capital Management, where we deal with accounting, bookkeeping, taxation, financial services advisory. I'm very thrilled to be here, like I said. I also act as an external consultant for CASA Foundation. I've been involved in training of CASA Foundation, people that come for training for the CASA Foundation youth programs and all that. Today's topic is very essential, just in the sense that I was listening to the previous panel, and they were talking about, especially in Morocco, some of the things that they did there, very amazing. Being the president of the Ghanaian Canadian Chamber of Commerce, we try to sort of look for investors from Canada and connect them to Ghana. Unfortunately, some of the things that we got here as Canadian businesses did not realize the same thing in Ghana, for that matter, where businesses were getting funding and from Tiffany's group and things like that. We didn't have that support. And so we're here to sort of collaborate, learn from some of the things that government did in Canada, and how we can advise the government in Ghana so that they can do similar things. So we'll be talking more in the coming soon, but let's proceed and see what we can talk to you about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon. My name's Cassandra Dornton. I'm the president and CEO of what's called, as Garvin said, that's a long name, Canadian Aboriginal and Minority Supplier Council, otherwise known as CAMC. The topic of the day is really around this whole creation of economic wealth, and that's the reason for the organization of which I'm at the lead. It's important for us to connect what we see as underrepresented businesses into the supply chain of Canada and beyond. Because what happens is businesses have started at a faster rate. When you think about the people that you know, they're not sort of, we drop all this to the general society or the corporate environment, and there's no place. And what happens is we create businesses. But then that connection of businesses into corporate Canada, into government, that's what doesn't happen. So we have, as you heard Tiffany, we have a lot of small businesses that are not able, they're the one-person shop are not able to grow. What CAMC's whole purpose is how do we take these underrepresented businesses, how do we get them at the table for their ability to bid on particular opportunities? And actually, once they start to win that, what happens is when I get a job, now I invite other people I employ other people to that table. And what happens is then we now start to have that employment, we start to reinvest in communities, and as a result, we start to build economic wealth in these particular organizations. And so that's what's vital. So this organization that I head, we've been around for 18 years. And one would think you've made tremendous progress. But in the last couple of years, especially when you think of the whole George Floyd, the whole social justice
Is a
movement that's
Canadian
going on,
not-for-profit
now
founded by
more than
Dr.
ever, it's
Olutuyin
imperative that
Oyelade
government
in
corporate
2011
Canada and
to
beyond has now
advance
seen the
women,
need
youth, and
to
emerging
invite
leaders
those
through
underrepresented
economic
companies to the
entrepreneurship
table.
and business
They're now
development
creating
initiatives.
opportunities to say,
The
we
foundation
want to
offers
diversify our
support
supply chain.
sectors in
How do we get
education,
these
health,
businesses
and
where are they
infrastructure.
at? So with our organizations such as Space providing funding, now to
Olutoyin Oyelade is the founding partner and CEO at Invacap Corporation, an investment advisory firm.
Able to do that.
He has managed portfolios worth over $8 billion, and in 2006, she rose to become the treasurer at Intercontinental Group. In 2019, she was inducted into the Global Leaders Forum. She is the founder of Afro Investors, Friends of Africa, EP Academy, and Tulsa Foundation.
Vice versa, and build that wealth
in
across
2011.
So I think I'm really excited about the conversation this afternoon because it fits in, the timing's perfect. It fits in with the discussion that's going on in corporate Canada, the discussion that's going on in the government, and it's a perfect time. It's like the perfect storm for all these things to come together.
Great. Thank you for those comments. Well, as we start into this topic, I think that there are a number of different ways of thinking of the topic, particularly around the idea of creating wealth and as well as the idea around the business ecosystem. So why don't we start off by describing, I know that you've each touched on it a little bit. Let's talk about some of the opportunities and let's talk about some of the implications of the opportunities as a starter. And Tiffany, if I could start off with you to be able to kind of describe out what do you see as some of the opportunities and what's the impact, what's the benefit of seizing some of those opportunities?
Well, I think that the biggest opportunity for Black entrepreneurs at this time is that there is a tremendous amount of resources that are available that were not there. I had the opportunity to speak with Senator Don Oliver a few months ago, and he said, this is the third attempt for us to have a federally funded Black entrepreneurship program. And then he said, so, you know, good luck, kid, and make sure you make us proud. And he's absolutely right. We've done through the work of so many, and I'm going to take the moment to talk about Rustum Southwell and BBI, and Cassandra was much involved in supporting that organization. There have been models that have existed in different pockets of the country that have supported entrepreneurship, whether it was accessing capital or developing capacity. What we're seeing now is a broad opportunity for us to create a coalition of resources. And through that opportunity for entrepreneurs, and I want to just quickly talk about high level what we do at FACE and where we fall into the ecosystem. We manage a $160 million fund that is offered nationally. We have a micro lending fund within that offers loans through our partnership with Alterna Savings, and with Van City in Ontario and BC respectively. At a larger scale, the Government of Canada contributed to our fund $30 million, which is managed by FACE. This is our portfolio where we lend up to 100,000. Then the BDC comes in with $130 million where we lend up to 250,000. I've been in the entrepreneurial space. I'm from Montreal, and I supported a provincial mandate to help Black entrepreneurs, particularly English-speaking entrepreneurs in Quebec. And there we saw from 2006 to 2014, the barriers that really existed, and that was not unique to Black Quebecers, but we understood that this must be replicating itself somewhere else in the province. So to have a program like FACE, which is not just supporting the financial access, but the fact that the government contributed to ecosystem organizations that would now talk about capacity building. There was 2 panels back. We talked a little bit about what is required to be an entrepreneur, what does it take? And the capacity that's needed in terms of making sure you understand your business, can explain it through the business plan, know your numbers, have professionals support you. And the fact the government invested in that within our community with organizations that have been doing it for a very long time is very important. Last but not least, the data required. I'm sure you like that piece. The data that's required to support the growth that we are having as a community. What is the actual economic imprint and economic footprint that we're making as Black Canadians? Who is Black Business Canada? How many people do they employ? How are their businesses growing? What sectors are they in? I can tell you the last year has been very eye-opening for me as a CEO to really find out and start to unearth just the top layer of what sectors we're in, where we need to be, and what is really the opportunity to contribute to the idea of generational wealth for Black Canadians. I'll stop there because I chat a lot. So I'll stop and hand it over
All
to the
really
panelists.
good and strong points. I'm actually going to go to Cassandra, and almost the same question about what do you see as some of the opportunities, and give a little bit of a case as to if we seize those opportunities, what might be some of the implications.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, Tiffany was very clear on, we need the monies and the wraparound services to grow. But once you have that, or you're ready, when I look at, we've been doing a lot of work with the federal government on social procurement. They've recently announced their social procurement policy, which means they are now going to be looking at those underrepresented, these particular groups, to invite them. And the government of Canada is the biggest procurement agent in the country. So when you think of the opportunities that are there when you're able, they now have opened up their e-procurement and they're asking you to self-identify. We're pushing them and say, we want more than self-identification. We want to be able to, that you know in particular, these are Black-owned businesses that you're inviting in. So therefore you can actually start to track them where they fall within the system. So the government is now looking at that. We've been talking to PSPC a lot. We also know that corporate Canada has been all over this. So when I talk about corporate Canada, we have things like, when you consider Apple put in about $100 million at least, I think, to try to drive Black businesses. They want to be able to support and grow that. So when they reach out to me, I'm looking for where are those Black businesses that we can connect inside there. So we have people like Apple, we have people like Facebook. I mean, you have the Accentures are doing mentorship programs for Black entrepreneurs. When I look at industry itself, what's coming to the table, Stellantis has recently opened a battery factory or a battery plant in the Windsor. They are wanting to reach out and they are wanting to get Black entrepreneurs, Black business involved. This is a long-term project. So Stellantis is doing with their EVs and the batteries plant. Toyota's also doing it. Ford's also doing it. Where are our Black entrepreneurs? So whether we're looking at sort of the green energy that you heard Garvin talk about, green energy is huge. The government has this whole thing. We want to be green by the 2035. They're pushing all the utility companies. The utility companies are saying, where are these entrepreneurs that we can actually start working with? That is what I'd like to be able to see is there's some very traditional businesses that we tend to set in, but those business skills are transferable into other areas. And that's what we have to start looking at. So whether we're looking at things such as cybersecurity is huge. So when we talk about the IT business, when we get into everybody's now online, cybersecurity is one of the biggest issues going that we have to be able to master. And what are we doing as it relates to that? We heard earlier, food security is up and coming. It's a huge area. What are we doing? What's your business doing as it relates to that? When I think indeed about, I talked about the green energy, we've just gone through the whole COVID scare. The world of pharma, the whole medical world, there are hordes of opportunities that are available. So I'd like for you, as you're thinking about your business, not just think about some of the traditional things that you're doing. How does that transfer into where the needs are, where we're growing as a society? That's what, when the governments are looking and the corporates looking, they're looking for that innovative idea. And some of them don't know what they need right now. They're looking to set with the entrepreneur to help to grow that. So the opportunities that I see are endless. But again, it's tied to, do you have the resources? Do you have the funding? And some of these corporations are actually willing to actually do that support with you. I would also encourage not to forget that there's partnerships available. Partnership and collaborations are huge. You don't have to do this by yourself. When I think about the Indigenous community in Canada, they're looking for partners as well. And the Canadian government has a 5% procurement with Indigenous people. So they're looking to, do I have other resources and other people I can bring resources to the table? So there's no host of opportunities available. It's making sure you're ready to be able to accept those opportunities.
Thank you for those comments. Supplemental.
I just wanted to add to what Cassandra's saying, because it is so important when she speaks about the opportunities and where we need to be in terms of the trends that are coming. I think this is where data is key. So by looking at FACE, where we can say so far, there are about 32 sectors of business. We're active in about 26, but concentrated in 4. And just from that beginning year, we can see, well, yes, those businesses are absolutely important and we're financing because they're growing, but how do we share that data to say now this is where we need to be so that we can be a part of the fueling of the understanding of where we need to position ourselves. So when CAMC comes into play now, we've got the businesses there that are able to get in and take those advantage. So I just wanted to comment that because it's important. And again, this coalition and working together is really building a model of how we're going to get ahead and grow wealth.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for those comments. Well, Professor Adoy, what I'd just like to be able to maybe turn this a little bit away from is towards the idea of the chamber and the role that Black institutions and institutions associated with African countries, the African community, can play in being able to both realize opportunities as well as to address hurdles. So could you speak a little bit about the role played by the Ghanaian Chamber of Commerce and the role played by institutions within the Canadian setting to be able to bridge and to see some of the opportunities?
Well, thank you. That's a very great question. I'm going to tackle this question in 3 ways. I'm going to look at education, resources, and connectivity. Reason being that it's all about awareness. A lot of people are not aware of some of these things that are available to us, some of the resources that are available. I mean, we heard about FACE Coalition and what they do. A lot of our people applied and some of them did not get favorable resources. Why? Favorable feedback. The reason is because one is education. So, when you apply for grants and things like that, you have to always take a look at a business plan, how it's done. A lot of entrepreneurs within our community lack that. And so one of the areas that we can focus on to help them realize and get access to these opportunities is for us to focus on education, training, trying to get them involved and understanding and just preparing basic business plans for them to be able to understand basic financial statements, things that I believe FACE Coalition will need from them. A lot of our people, are involved in traditional sort of businesses, some of them doing dressmaking, some of them are into, homegrown businesses. So they're starting from home. So they don't have the basic things that they need to show to present. How do you do that? We need to educate them. And that's why they need to belong to a certain group and so on and so forth. So one of the areas that we have seen, that brings me down to connectivity. We need to connect. And so what the chamber does is that we try to identify the resources that are available, such as from FACE, and then try to promote those resources to our group. By doing that, we still need them to be trained. And so that's the area that we need to focus on before you present a simple business plan. I know FACE will be asking for simple data like your name, date of birth, address, and those taxes, previous year's taxes, and all the NOAs and all those good stuff. Yes, but at the end of the day, you still need to tell them what you are doing today as a business, and you need to project it. Now, there are even, lot of resources available even in the financial institution, but you still need to present a business plan and be able to say that, look, I'm looking for like 100,000 to invest in my business, and this is how I'm going to pay the 100,000 back. And so the opportunities are there, but for us to realize that opportunity, we need to take into consideration, I believe, three things: education, the resources, identifying where the resources are, what you need to gather to enable that to happen, and also connectivity. We need to connect to each other. If you don't understand certain things, connect to the chamber and then ask those questions. We'll be able to, go forward, ask Tiffany, and she might give us the details, and we're coming back and present that to you. And I believe those are the things that when we do and do properly, will enable the people in our community to thrive and become more business oriented. A lot of people are now talking about entrepreneurship. They are enthusiastic about it. They want to be successful, which is good, but where to start is a problem. And so where to start, I believe, is to take a basic education. And I believe CASA Foundation is even doing that, taking them through a process where you come to the first cohort, you learn a little bit about how to even read a simple financial plan. You don't need to know too much. Just an income statement, understanding what your revenue is, your expenses is, and your net profit is. And if you have taken a loan, how you're going to pay that loan back. It's not just about taking money and investing in your business. How are you going to be able to realize revenue to be able to pay back that loan? And so those are the areas that I believe we need to take a hard look at to enable our businesses to thrive within our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those remarks. One of the things that have always struck me, and my opportunity to visit both South Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria, by way of example, is the absence of Canadian businesses and huge infrastructure growth, huge markets, as made mention, 587 million individuals in urban settings within the continent. You've got an educational population of post-secondary at 210 million, GDP almost at 3 trillion, growing at somewhere between 3 to 7% a year. But then there's an absence of Canadian businesses in Africa. In the context of Friends of Africa, then, and I know that we've talked a lot about business within the Canadian setting. Could you talk, maybe each one of you start off by just looking at the case as to how can Canadian businesses, how can businesses from the diaspora link and be engaged in business activities within the continent and be a part of wealth creation and that growth that by definition may leave us behind here in Canada if we're not a part of that future as well. So why don't we, it seems that you've got a great answer coming, so we'll start with you, and then we'll go to our other colleagues.
Thank you.
Well.
You can see I'm eager to answer that question. I'm really, really interested in answering that, because that's what our chamber should be doing. I mean, our main mandate is to be able to sell Canadian businesses to Africa and the rest of the world. And so we need to collaborate with the Canada Board of Trade. Number one, we need to collaborate with the Canadian High Commission, of course. But to answer to your question, what the actual issue is there is the same thing: collection of data, which if I'm an investor and I want to invest in Africa, I need to understand the data. Policies is one of the areas that we need to take a look at. The two countries, you need to look at the policies that are in there and see whether the policies even favors the investor going to invest their money there. For us that understand the ground in Africa, we know the bureaucracies and things like that goes on in Africa. But I can tell you right now that Africa is a place to be because we have a lot of resources readily available. Like the previous, presenters said, I think one person mentioned that we don't come to the West to ask for money anymore. We are coming to be in partnership. So I was even walking on the hallway just a few minutes ago, and one person approached me and said that, look, there is a land worth about 8 billion, about 90,000 acres of land available for whoever wants to partner with a particular town in Africa, for that matter in Ghana, for them to, for us to do some similar thing that we are doing. So he was saying that we need to collaborate, work effectively, and even host these Friends of Africa maybe in 2-5 years time in Africa, in Ghana. And so that's something that we are looking at. But we need to collaborate properly. We need to convince investors that that's the place to go. How do we do that? Is for us to do more research, come back, and then present what the resources are, how safe it is for you to invest in Africa now. We know there has been issues in the past, but how safe it is for you to invest there. What are the policies that are currently there that the two countries can leverage on to make this a reality? And that's what our chamber is currently focused on. We are making that, we're trying to put that together to be able to present it more effectively. So we are looking at even having this Friends of Africa event in a couple of years in Africa, in Ghana, in a town where we'll all go have an hotel, a multi classic high level park where we have event centers, different residential places, commercial places that we can go and have fun. So we are ready for that. Thank you.
I'm going to almost change my question a little bit after what I just heard, but I think without question, what you've just done is invited us all to that. Okay, so perfect. Okay, so looking forward to it. Why don't I take the same question and maybe just adjust it a little bit for you, Tiffany. And I'm particularly thinking of capital markets in Canada and thinking of the mining industry. The mining industry, the TSX is a major source of capitalization for the mining industry at a global level. And being able to invest in African companies and startups and the likes, the fintech in Kenya by way of example. In that sense, could you maybe do a little bit of a linkage to the role that capital markets can play in being able to, for Canadian companies, Canadian investors, wealth funds, being able to invest in African countries and companies as well? Could you, gaps or possibilities even?
So I'll start with the first thing that I've been playing with and speaking with colleagues, is that the Black Canadian community, and I'm speaking about them from the perspective of investing back in the continent, we are a developing community in a developed country. And that means even when we're speaking about how we understand the bridge to Africa and investments and how we want to be present in terms of investing there, how we engage, we have a lot of work to do. It leads back to education and support in terms of those of us who are in a position to do that, in being able to say we would like to fund back home into countries that we know are ours in the essence of this global Blackness and this being African on this planet. And I think that where we are as a community, as we continue to evolve and educate, we have to think that there's different levels of that. An important piece around capital markets is that there is, somebody said it before, and there's so much money out there. And how do we now harness and ensure that when we are making these investments, we understand the quadruple bottom line? It is really about making growth and impact, being impactful in terms of what it means to be Black on the planet. So again, when I think about FACE, and I think about what we have as a current mandate, which is using entrepreneurship and financing businesses as a subset to ensuring that we move towards economic growth and generational wealth for Black Canadians, it's also this opportunity to educate and to be able to say, let's think a bit broader in terms of what it means to be wealthy where we are, so geopolitically, but also what it means in terms of from a global standpoint, and to take advantage of and to position ourselves to take advantage of the wealth that we want to grow and that we want to be a part of in Africa. So I think that that's one of the things. I'm coming with you to Africa. When you say, I'm scheduled to go in May, God willing, yeah, I'll be in Rwanda. And then I should be in October 2023 in Ghana. So I'm going, but I'll come again when you go, that's for sure. But thank you.
Perfect. As you can tell, a lot of us are coming, so you've got to get ready for us, okay?
We'll be ready for that.
Okay, wonderful. Cassandra, I want to be able to maybe ask the same question, but I think that you alluded to the idea of working with indigenous communities and indigenous peoples. And one of the item there is the opportunity for how we partner as a diaspora community, but then how we partner globally as well. So through your experiences, can you speak a little bit to that as well as to how do we build bridges both domestically and internationally through your experiences, through your work at this time?
Okay, perfect. For me, I think a lot of what we're talking about here today is really intentionality. Okay, so as we're talking about whether it's connecting the bridges to Africa, be intentional in which country we're going and what we're trying to do there. Because the whole sort of buckshot approach does not work, and it works for one. But if we're going to be actually able to do that, so pick a country, pick an industry, and start to do that. My equivalency down in there's a council in South Africa, South African Supplier Diversity Council, and so I work with Gary very closely and to be able to say, if Cummins and there's a couple other automotive companies down there, can we bring companies from Canada into the South African market? Can they partner with the South African companies down there, build capacity, and then they can go to other places and grow from that? So we see that whole linkage and collaboration makes sense because we're very intentional and very focused. And as you know, when you build success, success begets success. You're able to share those stories because you have a lot of corporations. Is there enough depth? Are these organizations big enough? Can they deliver? You've just identified the success that you've had by taking these companies down and doing that. As well, with Gary, we've been actually working with a couple of the universities in the US to actually do exactly that, the education you talked about, to grow that model of education. Because what happens is entrepreneurs have a technical skill set, but maybe not that managerial strategic set that you want to bring to the table. And so you want to use that MBA type of approach to help them understand how to drive a business. So I believe that if we're going to pick countries, identify the industry, identify the companies, let's start being very intentional about what we're doing and to drive that. And that doesn't happen in about a day. It takes time and planning to grow that and to reinvest in that. So you're seeing over the period of time. When I talk about, if I come home to the indigenous population, I do think we have not made enough bridges there to actually have that dialogue and connection. We need to actually sit at the table because, again, the indigenous population, much like ours in some cases, suffers from that lack of capacity building. So everyone's saying the opportunities over here, but do you have the capacity to wrap around resources to do that? So I believe we have some shared gaps, so to speak, that we can actually bridge together. Because I believe that we have in some areas of knowledge they don't have. They have the openings with the opportunities that we don't have. If those two come together, it's like a match made in heaven. And so, but again, what has happened to both the Black population and the indigenous population is in some cases, we've not been able to lead because others have come in to use our Blackness to gather an opportunity, and we don't get to take advantage of that. And so again, when we talk the indigenous population, they don't want us just coming in and saying, well, now they have the opportunities, you're just coming to take off. We want to say, how do we work together to grow that? Because we believe the whole of the economy only gets better when we're all included. And what does that look like? So I believe some key dialogue has to go on to build the trust, to build the future. And I believe the time is now because, again, we're all looking for that avenue. The opportunities, the resources are there. The Canadian government's throwing money on the table to say, we want to help do this, but they don't know how to do this. We know how to get the people together. So we need to have those very dialogues, plan what the future looks like.
Wonderful. Well, I know that even though I have challenges in believing in the idea of time, and we can have the discussion about the Big Bang and so on right about now, time is a limiting factor. So what I'd like to be able to do is maybe to have 3 questions from the audience, and that will give us a sense of limiting our time. And if they could be really to the point, intentionality and clear, and then if you could, you want to direct it to the panel as a whole or to a specific person, then that'll be fine. And then we'll have a chance to thank our panel and to close off as well. So let's see, we've got a hand, another hand, and so we've got 2 over here. So we could have the first gentleman at the back there. Do you want to stand first? Yeah, perfect. And then I think a mic is coming to you. And thank you for your question and anticipation.
Thank you. My name is Kojo. I'm from Africa. I'm from Ghana. My question goes to Madam. Yeah, I didn't get your name. Sorry. I'm working in the fintech industry, and what I'm basically working on is to find the grounds where we can find the kind of platform that in the eventuality that the indigenous, as you said, or let's say Black diaspora, will get some kind of basic funding in terms of getting the Black diaspora to enable the Black diaspora financially to be able to, every Black diaspora to be able to visit and or invest in Africa. Yes. So now with that, what I'm looking at is.
So remember intentionality, short question.
Yes. If there is any facility or if there is any program out there that she can direct me to in terms of government collaboration.
So I think the question was to Tiffany then.
Yes, to Tiffany.
So if I understand correctly, what you're looking for is a program to help you to have entrepreneurs in diaspora visit and understand what is available in Africa. Anywhere, everywhere, anywhere, ever. Okay, okay. So the first thing is that in my experience, in terms of working with the government, as Cassandra so rightfully said, they want to help, they don't know how. So sometimes there isn't a program that specifically exists, but there's an opportunity. And I think that that's probably where collaboration really comes into play. From our lens at FACE, one of the things that we want to make sure is that when someone is looking to, whether it's a grant, a loan, an opportunity, whatever it is to centralize that at FACE Coalition. There's currently over 27,000 accounts on the FACE platform. And the idea is to turn that viewpoint, which is just to apply for loans, to make that a space where you can get an understanding of what is available to you in terms of programs, whether it's government, whether it's in procurement. So that you'll see come out of FACE soon. That doesn't really answer your question, but I do want to say your intention to do that means that you should probably extend it out to organizations that have the desire to see entrepreneurs visit the continent. One of the organizations, founding organizations at FACE, has taken 3 cohorts of folks, 2 different countries in Africa, entrepreneurs. We can continue to expand that opportunity because I think the experience of being in the continent will inform how we build those bridges and how we are able to work together on different, and what I want to say, last piece, because Sam's got her mic up, is knowledge transfer. Building FACE has been, so far, the best professional experience I've had, but it is really the idea of taking that model and adapting it to different Black countries. Are we the lab for what it could look like for any Black community in the diaspora to go to their government, to go to financial institutions, to go to their institutions, to go to organizations, to say, this is a model we can adapt and now create a true federation that looks global for Black people?
Let me just add to what Tiffany said. 2 things that you're looking at. You need to take a trade mission. You need to go someplace. So you're looking for money that helps you go because you're exploring that. The other thing that you need to take a look at is if your business plan, because what you're looking for money is to develop your business plan. So this is not government funding. This could be funding from FACE or whatever. You're looking to develop that plan you have around fintech. Yeah, so that's why you need to be able to apply to be able to get money to help you do. And then you have to take that and participate in a trade mission into a particular area. Because again, as we've said before, intentionality, you're not trying to go all over. You're going to try to build one foot in front of the other. Pick one area. You're going there to explore. Is there a sort of a linkage to what you're trying to do? And then you're trying to actually take that and blow it up a little bit because you're building this so what the business is going to look like. So one step in front of the other.
Thank you for that question. Should just make mention, the Canadian government had announced the idea of having students do international experience as well. That was curtailed because of COVID. But there are also those kinds of opportunities of working with post-secondary education institutions to build those locations for students and professors and the likes. to be able to do those kinds of ideas that you just made mention. So timely comment in that sense. I've had a question over here, and then we've got a question up here as well.
Hi, everyone. My name is Napoleon. And first of all, I appreciate everyone here because I've been in Canada now close to 15 years. But at this point in time, I can say Canada is saturated with opportunities for Black people. And for the first time, there's no more barriers, Anglophone, Francophone, Caribbean, etc. And thanks to the work that CAMC, Face Coalition, CASA, everybody is doing here, and I appreciate you guys for that. My question, since we're talking about Friends of Africa, I mean, first of all, I work in an organization here, which is part of the Black entrepreneurship ecosystem, BIPOC Foundation based in Alberta. And since we're talking about Friends of Africa, Tiffany mentioned something that some of the loans that she gave out were Bright Minds, businesses owned by people from the continent. Okay, and everybody wants to go to Africa. But my question is, there's about 195 countries in the world, 54 African, 13 are sovereign nation for Caribbean. But if you look at the World Bank Index for ease of doing business, the first 100, the countries you see there, Rwanda, Morocco, South Africa, but where are the rest of the countries? So my question is, we in the diaspora, we have a very strong diaspora economy. What can we do to enable ease of doing business back in the continent, including the Caribbean, even better to attract more businesses? Thanks.
Okay, we've got a taker on that question. Go for it.
Well, that's a very good question. And actually, that's a space that we are actually researching and looking at, because what he's saying is very, very crucial. What we seem to be saying, even for example, in Ghana, we use the term that Ghana is a gateway to Africa. I've always said that it's truly the gateway because people pass through that gate and go somewhere else in Africa. You know what I'm saying? So if we're saying it's a gateway to Africa, we want the people to come and then stay there. And so some of the things that we need to do is to create awareness. And so for instance, for the first question that was asked, you know, if you want the Canadian government to invest in resources through federation like Face Coalition to be able to help Black Africans to become financially sound, I believe that's the main mandate. For them to do that, you need to be more, your business plan has to show that, right? Because Export Development Canada, for example, would like to encourage these Canadian businesses to thrive in Africa, but there's always return on investments. What are the return on investment for the Canadian government? So to answer to your question, what are we as Africans here, since we're talking about Friends of Africa, doing for investors to be able to say, okay, I'm locating this country in Africa, I want to be there and do business. Of course, if I'm an investor from here, I still want to get some return on my investment. So to add to that, all I wanted to say is that you need to identify in your business plan what are the advantages or benefits to the investor as well, so that investor will know that if I go to this particular country, I'm going to make so and so money there. For example, in Ghana, we have much vested in mining. We have a lot of gold, as everybody knows. We have a lot of oil and so on and so forth. So if I have identified that, put that on a business plan, and I'm able to present to an investor, the investor will be willing to do that. So what we need to do here is for us to do more research to be able to showcase on networking platforms similar to what we are doing here today, to showcase and say that, okay, if you go to Morocco, this is what Morocco is vested in. If you invest your money in this sector, you're going to be okay. And we always say that we need to look at the low-hanging fruits, the ones that you can just quickly go in and execute. For instance, in Ghana, we are talking now about Destination Ghana. In December, everybody would like to go and visit Ghana. And so some of the low-hanging fruits that we have there currently is for people to invest in the hospitality industry. And therefore, if you want to be a transportation company,
I'm going to be thanking you in a minute.
Then you come, we partner with the government. You come through our chamber, we'll guide you to the right contacts. A lot of the time, people come and say that I invested my money in Ghana and it's gone.
And
I don't have the
I'm
right
thanking
contacts.
you. And
Yes.
I'm thanking you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just noting we've got one last question coming, and thank you so much.
Thanks. I didn't have a question. I just wanted to respond to the man who asked about funding from the Canadian government. Google can export, CAN export. It's a program through the trade commissioners and they will provide $10,000 to $50,000, up to 50% of the cost to take a small medium enterprise to explore market opportunities. So there are programs, but you have to fit the criteria. And there's a guide that we developed with the Black Business Professional Association that lists some, maybe not all, the resources that are available. So CAN Export is the program you're looking for if you're based here.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I think this is a wonderful segue to being able to have exactly the language that is the spirit of the summit, Friends of Africa, and the exchange of ideas that we have by individuals coming to this amazing summit year in, year out. And I'd just like to congratulate the organizers for creating this forum and this opportunity for us all. With that, though, it is also an opportunity to thank our panelists for their contributions, their ideas, and their expertise that they've shared with us. I'd like to start off maybe in reverse order this time, though, is start off by thanking Cassandra for her expertise and the ideas that she shared. I think we're left with the clarity of intentionality and doing the homework and building the bridges. I'd like to thank our professor as well for his idea. I noted that he celebrated the idea that we will be all going within 5 years. And he also suggested that Ghana is the gateway. I can tell you, that's exactly my point. I remember being in Nigeria, being in Kenya, being in Tanzania, being in South Africa. I won't go on, but I simply will say I think the continent is the gateway to an amazing opportunity and experience. Next, I'd like to thank Tiffany for both the work that she's done in terms of supporting amazing business startups and ongoing enterprises as well, and for her expertise that she brought to the table. So to you, this is an opportunity to say thank you to the panelists, and our time is now up and we'll be doing a transition. So might you take the moment just to say thank you to the panelists for all their ideas and points. Thank you. Jean Augustine will stand for a picture, and then we'll have our segue off stage for the next moment. Thank you so much again.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. And now we're moving into a really exciting part of this program, the annual Friends of Africa Pitch Masters Award. That was deliberated yesterday, And the Pitchmaster prepares startups and small medium enterprises to pitch their entrepreneurial ideas to big organizations and to business investors. We are honored to have the judges here with us today. It is my pleasure to introduce our sponsor for the Friends of Africa pitch, Ashley Johnson, the marketing manager, customer strategy.
My name is Ashley Johnson, as was shared, and I'm a marketing manager at TD on customer onboarding strategy. It is my absolute pleasure to join you here today on behalf of TD Bank Group for the 2022 Friends of Africa Economic Summit. Congratulations to all of the Pitchmasters contest participants. Your hard work and determination have helped you succeed, and you should be proud of your accomplishments here today. The work of CASA Foundation is truly remarkable, and we are thrilled to be sponsoring the Entrepreneur Exchange Program through the TD Ready Commitment. The TD Ready Commitment aspires to link TD's business, philanthropy, and human capital to help people feel more confident, not just about their finances, but also in their ability to achieve their personal goals in a changing world. We want to help people for the jobs of tomorrow by investing in initiatives that help build employable skills and support entrepreneurs. This important partnership with CASA Foundation is supported under our financial security driver of change with a focus on income stability. And we are excited to help create support for women entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs from diverse communities. In addition, across our enterprise, we aspire to be the preferred bank for women-owned and women-led businesses to help facilitate their success and growth. To support this aspiration, we are expanding our network of women in enterprise accredited bankers across Canada who have received training on understanding the barriers and biases women face in accessing financing. This accreditation empowers our bankers to establish the much needed relationship of trust for women in business. Now, myself, as a member of the greater Diaspora with my family hailing from the Caribbean Isles of Trinidad and Tobago, and being an active woman in business myself, I am so honored and grateful to be here with all of you today. On behalf of TD Bank, where I'm an active member of both the Black Employee Network as well as Women in Leadership. My goal is to make positive, impactful change, not only in the bank, but in the communities that we serve. And I'm excited to learn more about the businesses and collaborations as part of the Pitchmasters contest and to celebrate with many of you as we announce the winners. So are you ready? Are you ready? Okay.
For providing the support to CASA Foundation to be able to do the training. But I also did want to single out TD because TD really underwrote the awards. And as I said, some of you heard me say yesterday, it's harder in Canada than in some emerging economies to get $5,000, even though we know that more than half of businesses in this country start with $5,000. So really, really appreciate TD stepping up. And also just to underscore how important the messages you heard from the panel were and the resources that were available. Tiffany should be your best friend because one of the lessons we all know is it's better to grow your business with other people's money. So lots of people take pride in the fact they have no debt, It's not always a good thing if it stifles your growth. So Tiffany, good friend. But even more important is growing markets. Your other best friend is Cassandra, because she knows how to break into those. So everybody who's been here has been very, very helpful and committed in terms of helping entrepreneurs. I also wanted, before we get to the main event, to thank the judges I was with on my panel, because they were amazing. We didn't come to blows. There was a lot of consensus, and you've met some of them before. So Ida Lovato, who spoke earlier today, Ark Sola, who's the principal of an architecture firm and had lots of good advice for the panelists, and Meneers Oleum and Cyrus Stephanie, both as well from TD. So drum roll.
Okay, one more round of applause. I couldn't really hear. All right, okay. First up, we have Beauty, Braids, and Beyond. Rochelle Smith, Tosin During, and Jada White. No. Congratulations. Yeah, sure, join the party.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for presenting us with this grant. I'm so grateful to be here on behalf of my business partners, Jada White and our business is an online beauty supply store, reclaiming the beauty supply industry by leveraging technology, education, and community to help build a platform.
Congratulations. The next winner is JMK Accounting. I will try my best to pronounce your name. Jumoke Oni. Are you here today to join us? Well, we would have loved to hear a bit about your business, but congratulations. The next on the list, let me try my lovely French accent here, Les Petits Bosseaux by Claudine Lewis. Are you in the audience?
I'm here online. Thank you.
It's Afro Women and Youth Foundation by Ademola Adebayo. I have the pleasure
built to be the best. Not nation.
It's always good to do something you're passionate about.
Stand up.
You say it, and people can tell that you have passion for it. Yeah, my business is Missioner Fashion, and it's an Afrocentric clothing brand, and we are just bringing diversity into the fashion industry in Canada. Thank you.
We loved your energy, we loved your models, and we loved your product. And she's from Halifax, Cassandra. Next is TC Wellness Inc., Talani Jula.
For the champion, stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up, champion, stand up.
And This has been unreal. And having my mom here, such a blessing. She's also an entrepreneur, and so are my brothers, so it runs in the family. My company, TC Wellness, is all about harnessing the power of natural wellness and giving people the encouragement, the information, and the coaching they need to make it simple and convenient. Thank you.
Such great pitches. So the next company that we selected, because it has such an awesome name, is Yo Mama's Transport.
All the champions, stand up. For the champions, stand up. For the champions, stand up.
Your Mama's Transport is a transportation company for children, for kids ages 4 to 17. We're trying to fill a gap for those kids with special needs, as well as for busy parents who need some type of respite and not having to travel your children to and from those long, busy places. Thank you. This is an awesome experience.
Sorry, I was so excited. I should have mentioned that was Carrie Ann Stitcherin, and she comes from Edmonton. Okay. So last but not least, I'm hoping he's still here, is Wayne.
Here we go, it's getting close. Just see, I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand champion.
I appreciate everything. I was not expecting to be here at this moment, but I thank you guys and I thank the Father above, and I appreciate it. But the things that I do with the Air Cover Company is for the next generation. I'm trying to leave a legacy so we can teach our youth. Instead of the fast lane, there's a journey that we have to go on, just like life. And if there's someone to show them the way, I would like to be the first or the second or third, doesn't matter what position, but to show them the way to go. Thank you all.
And I have to say, we were particularly, those of you who invest know that often you're investing in the person, not necessarily the business idea. And I think all of us agree that Wayne has amazing charisma, resilience, and his product, which combines recycling with market needs and support for the community, was an all-round favorite. So thanks to everybody. Like everyone else, we'll try to get some photos, but we really
Stand up and just see, I'm on the move, I have vision, we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, stand up for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up for the stand up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up, for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up.
Hard, there's no doubt. Celebrate this milestone today. I remember when I first started my own little business 20 years ago, to receive something like that would have been absolutely wind in my sails. So enjoy it. And to the judges, it must have been a very tough thing to do, to deliberate, because there's so much talent out there. But do please join CASA Foundation's incubator, entrepreneurspoint.com, for those that are interested in being part of this program who are watching us online. And there you receive 4 months of training to join the next Pitch Masters competition. Now we will show, if we're ready, the video that we attempted earlier. And if it's ready to go, the video will start, and immediately after that, you can probably smell it.
Everyone to this
Lunch
Friends
is
of
about to
Africa
be
Economic
served.
Summit. Today's
So
summit is another great
after the
way
video,
for
I encourage
businesses and
everyone to head
governments
outside of the Frontenac room into the foyer to enjoy a buffet. Please visit the marketplace, visit all the vendors, see the fashion, see the designs, and we will be back after lunch.
Hi, it's a pleasure to welcome everyone to this year's Friends of Africa Economic Summit. Today's summit is another great way for businesses and governments to learn and connect from each other. We, as a global community and a global economy, face new challenges as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. As Premier, my goal is to ensure that Ontario continues to be one of the best places in the world to do business, a place where businesses can trade, invest, and grow. A big thank you to CASA Foundation for hosting today's summit. Today's discussion will help inform our path to economic recovery together. Thank you and God bless.
Side as well, just a heads up, we have our 360-degree photo booth, so you can capture your memories with high tech. So that'll approximately be 4:30 or potentially a bit earlier when we have our keynote speech. So do stay tuned.
For International Development is a Canadian not-for-profit founded by Dr. Olutoyin Oyelade in 2011 to advance women, youths, and emerging leaders through economic, entrepreneurship, and business development initiatives. The foundation offers support to sectors in education, health, and infrastructure. Olutoyin Oyelade is the founding partner and CEO at Invicap Corporation, an investment advisory firm. She has managed portfolios worth over $8 billion, and in 2006, she rose to become the treasurer at Intercontinental Group. In 2019, she was inducted into the Global Leaders Forum. She is the founder of Afro Investors, Friends of Africa, EP Academy, and CASA Foundation.
I founded CASA Foundation in 2011 and started out looking to make an impact in our community. And since then, one is proud to say CASA Foundation is grown, and it's our 11th year as CASA Foundation. The goal of CASA Foundation largely is to actually touch and impact lives within the community and raise hope. You find that within our communities, and when I say our communities, I talk about generally, largely the Black, Indigenous, and people of color in the community. And when we speak about this type of community and we refer to them, we talk about people that have experienced a lot of gaps in resources, gaps in kind of empowerment and access to jobs and the right type of jobs, jobs that are appropriate, that meet their qualification, because we are very qualified people. So I find that we have this many gaps, so many gaps in our community. And the goal of CASA Foundation is how to bridge those gaps. We believe in the three pillars of CASA, that is partnership, mentorship, and sponsorship. As the head of business development, my role is not only to raise funds for the organization, but also to bring in more resources through collaboration and partnership.
Its social impact programs and initiatives are executed through the trifold approach of partnership, sponsorship, and mentorship. CASA Foundation fulfills its mandate and objectives through various programs and initiatives, including the Friends of Africa FOA Economic Summit, which gives leaders across various verticals the opportunity to expand their businesses. In 2020, the FOA platform reached 5,000 participants virtually.
Hi, it's a pleasure to welcome everyone to this year's Friends of Africa Economic Summit. Today's summit is another great way for businesses and governments to learn and connect.
The Friends of Africa is that platform where entrepreneurs, business owners, or even aspiring entrepreneurs come together, and they're looking to meet partners, they're looking to meet financiers. And so they come to that program looking to present their value proposition with the hope of getting connected with partners who can do business with them, or get financiers who can fund their businesses.
In 2015, the Entrepreneur Exchange Program was launched to bridge the skill gaps among youth and aspiring entrepreneurs, especially women. Since its inception, 950 entrepreneurs have completed the exchange programs.
I'm the program manager of Entrepreneur Exchange Program. This program was established in 2015. And the main objective of this program is to bridge the skill gap among the youth and entrepreneurs. This program is supported by Ted Rogers School of Management, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, as well as the Metropolitan Toronto University. I'm also managing the Entrepreneur Exchange Program for Women, which is sponsored by TD Bank and which was recently launched in 2022.
Each session of Entrepreneur Exchange usually concludes with Pitchmasters Contest, a competition where founders are awarded grants to support their startups and business ideas. Pitchmasters has awarded about $300,000 in grants to date.
So keep in mind that some of these programs just evolve one into the other. As we realize there's a gap, and then we create another program to address those gaps. So Pitchmasters came as a fallout of that, where youth members within the community are actually able to present their value proposition. They present their value proposition to an audience of a panel of judges, financiers within our community, something close to your Dragon's Den, but not quite, because we don't do 250K and so on. I think Pitchmasters has done upwards of about 6,000 per grant to aspiring entrepreneurs, just to help them start before they get their bank loans or their overdrafts and so on. So it's always a good place to start.
In 2018, CASA Foundation provided support for the creation of Entrepreneurs Point, or EP. This provides workspaces to all new entrepreneurs looking for a space to collaborate, co-fund, co-develop, and co-manage innovation. It's a space to work and find mentors, sponsors, partners, and financiers. EP Academy was established in 2019 as an incubator for startups, offering business building courses and workshops to strengthen and improve the skill set of founders in the area of leadership, business, finance, and risk management.
For being an immigrant woman myself, I was also starting as a freelance worker. I was always curious to understand how a newcomer entrepreneur makes his or her journey from the business ideas to a complete entrepreneurship. I also understand the barriers that the entrepreneurs are facing and how they overcome them. Being a part of CASA Foundation, It's really a great opportunity to be a part of your success.
In 2020, CASA Foundation partnered with other community groups, including Women Entrepreneurs, Knowledge Hub, WEKH, at Ryerson University, now TMU, and the BBPA to start the Rise Up Pitch. Rise Up Pitch is a forum for Black women to pitch their business ideas and win grants of $10,000 plus. Rise Up has awarded grants of about $200,000 since its launch.
The Black women entrepreneurs and the participants from across the country, they could see the leaders in the Black community. So it spoke to the See It, Be It campaign. Because, one of the things that Black women entrepreneurs need to see, we need to see other people in the space. We need to see the leading in their respective industries. And I think that was one of the key opportunities for this initiative.
In February 2021, CASA Foundation launched Black Entrepreneur Youth Initiative, BEYI, to fast-track wealth creation in the Black community by mentoring and empowering youth groups. BEYI focuses on the advancement, empowerment, training, and development of youth groups in the Black community and connects them to access more resources and opportunities to scale their businesses and ideas. The BEYI provided a solid foundation for the start of the Black Advisory Hub, BAH, in February 2022, an accelerator program for Black founders, powered by CASA Foundation and sponsored by the federal government of Canada.
So I'm the program manager for Black Advisory Hub. It's a BAR for short, and it's a national program, and it is funded by the federal government. And we work with 10 regional partners from coast to coast. We do training, we provide mentorship, we provide coaching for the Black entrepreneurs, especially people in the startup stage. So we train them and we make connections for them in the industry so they can be more successful.
Other annual programs and initiatives of CASA Foundation include the Digital Literacy Program, the Afro Investors Magazine, Women Inspire Forum, which celebrates women who inspire in the International Women's Month.
Sending my best wishes to everyone attending the 3rd edition of the Women Inspire Forum, hosted by the CASA Foundation. I'd like to thank today's organizers for hosting this event that celebrates women in business.
This is really an incredible opportunity that you have set forward for us by having this session to be able to talk about, to celebrate women, to celebrate their contributions. But it's also an opportunity for us to know, or for us to recognize that as a society, what we need to do to make women feel empowered.
It's generally said that necessity is the mother of invention. However, to learn new things, we must first unlearn.
CASA Foundation is also a grant-making nonprofit and manages several grants for the private and public sectors. The foundation is one of the 30 organizations approved by the Government of Canada to manage the government's Black Entrepreneurship National Ecosystem Fund, a $100 million fund to support the development of Black businesses in Canada.
What I love is the ability to reach the grassroots level. So to teach and train the entrepreneurs, especially at the startups level, to give them the training and the connections that they need.
It gives me a lot of satisfaction to support the youth and women from different communities, as well as watch them grow in their financial stabilities.
We are very thankful to our partners, especially Government of Canada, Government of Ontario, UQAM, TD Bank, and many other funders who have given us, a continued support in our journey. The work that we do is really important, and because of the impact we hope to make. And I believe that we're making the impact, and we're excited to see the impact, the level of impact we've made so far. But of course, the reward for hard work is more work, right? So what we believe is CASA Foundation looks to support youth, women, and entrepreneurs. That's our goal. The small business owners of today are actually the large business owners of tomorrow. And so that's why we bring different categories of people into the room to speak to our entrepreneurs.
president of CASA Foundation Development, the founder of the Friends of Africa Economic Development Summit, to introduce our keynote speaker, and with great pleasure, over to you, Dr.
All right. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you. It's good to be back from lunch, a late lunch, right? And if we could have some of those other people taking their photo shots at the photo booth, that would be great to have everyone come back in so we can have a closing ceremony. That would be great. That would be great. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure. It gives me great honor to introduce to us the final keynote speaker, the closing keynote today. The closing keynote speaker today is the Honorable Ahmed Hussein. The Honorable Ahmed Hussein, Canada's Minister for Housing, Diversity and Inclusion. And before then, he was a Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Immigration. And so he's been wearing all these hats, taking care of all of us, being in charge of immigration. And as you can tell, I'm sure about 60% of the people in the room today are immigrants from different parts of Africa. And I reckon that at some point in the foyer, if I allow, then you get to ask him a few questions and take a few shots, all right? So we've had a long day, I know for sure. We started at about 9 o'clock and we've been here. But then he absolutely has very useful information that you can also take away with you. And so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me the Honorable Minister Ahmed Hussein. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonjour, bonsoir, good evening to all of you. I wanted to really thank the organizers. Thank you for Friends of Africa, this summit, and for this exchange of ideas. I wanted to really give you the perspective of our government when it comes to the issues raised by us, which is collaboration, win-win trade and investment, and economic development that benefits everyone, meaning inclusive economic growth. And we know that one thing that the pandemic has highlighted is that we have to approach challenges in an inclusive manner. For example, we know during the pandemic, one of the things that was highlighted was that it's not good enough to have access to vaccines for one country and not the other. Because for us to defeat COVID, we have to make sure that everyone has access to vaccines. Well, think of that as think of bringing that same approach to economic growth and development. By investing in others, you're actually investing in your own prosperity. Because by investing in others, investing in opportunities like education and infrastructure, you're building, in essence, your future customers and your future market. And in Canada, what we're really interested in is progressive economic growth. Growth that includes everyone, growth that transitions us to the green economy, growth that doesn't adversely affect environmental and labor rights. Think of the two different approaches. There's one approach in trade and global exchange of goods, services, and ideas that is really a race to the bottom. But instead of that, I think what the opportunity that Canada and many African countries have together is the potential for a march to the top, not a race to the top. And I say that because in many ways, Canada's approach to issues around access to markets doesn't involve the lowest common denominator. In fact, we have tried through our progressive free trade agreements with Europe, with Asia Pacific, and others, we've really tried to make sure that we are building up the capacity and building up the expectations of our economic and trade partners so that we strengthen as we conclude trade agreements and agreements for access to markets and people, that we try to gently encourage a raising of the standards with respect to the environment, with respect to labor rights, with respect to indigenous peoples. One of the things that really amazed me is how much people outside of Canada are aware. I was sitting across the table in 2017, December 2017, I was sitting across the table with the Kenyan president, and he told me, he said, we want Canadian companies to come and invest to help us access newly found oil deposits. And I said, why Canada? Why Canadian companies? Why not? Why are you so keen on a Canadian company or Canadian companies? He said, because you're one of the few countries in the world, if not the only one, that has somehow figured out how to co-manage natural resources with indigenous people. And he said that the part of Kenya that they were looking to extract those petroleum products was the indigenous territory of indigenous peoples in a very remote part of Kenya. And he said, we don't want to make the same mistakes that others have made. And we look to Canada to provide us with some sort of sharing of the lessons that you've had in terms of co-management of natural resources with indigenous peoples, a win-win approach. And I almost fell off my chair because I didn't know that he knew that. And I thought, wow, that is a really interesting selling point for Canadian businesses. The other one is also an ability to somehow leapfrog over what is now considered a barrier. So think of, for example, an African country that maybe has half of its population not having access to electricity, right? You may think of that as a challenge, and it is, of course. But in today's world, that could also be an opportunity to completely jump over the 20th century and actually, for the remaining 50% of the country that is not electrified, instead of repeating the same electrical power that is emanated through fossil fuels, maybe that is an opportunity for them to access Canadian technology to then electrify that remaining 50% of the country with a decentralized and green electrical sources of energy. So when you look at energy, when you look at infrastructure, when you look at education sector, healthcare sector, there's a lot of potential there for access to win-win economic partnership and recovery that really includes everyone. And I think part of the challenge that we have together, when I say we, I mean Canada and the major African economies, is that we haven't really dug too deep into that potential. And you know, one of the things that I tell my colleagues in government is you have to be there. If you're not there, you're not part of the conversation. And so I also believe that we also have a lot of work to do in Canada to position ourselves to be an alternative partner to many African countries and societies and sectors that are willing to embrace our technology, that are willing to work together with us to really deal with these transnational issues around global warming, around resource management, and around access to fair and equitable and inclusive trade and economic development. So I think the global recovery that has to happen after COVID, I always say that global recovery, you know, people say we have to go back to normal. I always say that we should absolutely not go back to normal, because normal was part of the problem. Going back to the same norms where there is economic development in all our countries, but it's not inclusive, and people who are doing well keep doing better, but then, you know, you don't have that prosperity lifting everyone. We can't go back to that. What we need to do is we need to have and work together and prioritize a global economic recovery that is inclusive of everyone, both in Canada and in our African partners. And and it starts from entrepreneurship. It starts from not just access to markets, but the ability to access capital, which is a big barrier, as you know, for a lot of startups, for youth, for female entrepreneurs, both in Canada one thing that I would really like to kind of, that I do share with everyone, but I think that those of you in this room and beyond should share, is that Africa has the highest return on investment of any emerging market in the world. Not a lot of people know that, but I think more and more people should know that. And I particularly think more and more small, medium, and large enterprises in Canada must know that, because as a small country with a large geography, our economic future, our future prosperity is tied to trade. Now, how can we say that we're a trading nation when we have not really harnessed the potential to be present in the highest return on investment emerging market? Nigeria alone is projected to be the third most populated country in a few decades. So we have to be in Africa, and we have to be there for win-win trade and investment, for inclusive economic growth, and for resource management that enhances our ability to protect the environment and eliminate poverty. So I think the approaches that we are having locally here as a government could easily be replicated in our relationships with the African continent. And I say this, and I'm a believer in the possibility of this. And I told the Prime Minister when we went to Addis Ababa for the African Union Summit in 2019, in 2020, that Canada has the opportunity and the chance to be the first non-African signatory to the world's largest, in terms of geography, not population, the world's geographically largest free trade area, which is in Africa. And we need, again, to harness those opportunities and create a robust and working relationship that really enables us to prosper and succeed, but also enables economic development of many sectors of the African countries' economies, but also populations. We know that through our Invest in Canada approach, but also through the Federal Trade Commissioner Service, there's many opportunities for Canadian small, medium, and large enterprises to harness that global infrastructure that we've set up as a government to access markets, to access business opportunities, but to also access the export guarantees that are provided through EDC and others. But the other one is also to look at ways in which we can really utilize and harness and encourage the large and growing African Canadian community. They're the best ambassadors for the continent. They're the ones who can enable us as a country through our successful businesses to be able to not only be aware of the demand and the market in Africa, but also to expand. The final thing I'll say is on IP. If you're not investing in intellectual property, you're not really utilizing the true potential of your business. Businesses that invest and make a priority of IP not only make more money than other businesses, they pay their employees more, they have more solid footing in terms of protecting their intellectual property, but in essence, they can compete from a much stronger point. So it is something that I think both Canadian and African businesses and enterprises need to highlight and prioritize, because without IP, you are at risk of not only growing your business, but actually falling behind. So I want to really leave you with my perspective of what you're trying to raise awareness of, which is that, look, we're in a moment of time where we're going through a number of transitions. Number one, we're transitioning away from COVID into reopening the global economy. It is an opportunity, as I said, to reimagine what that recovery will look like. And I want to highlight again, we can't go back to the previous normal. We have to create a better, more inclusive economic recovery post-COVID. That's number one. The second one is, how do we manage the transition to a green economy? We will always, on some level or the other, still rely on hydrocarbons for fertilizer and other things. But essentially, given the urgency of climate change, we have to look at not only the imperative of moving to clean tech, but the economic opportunity that comes with it. It's estimated that the global clean tech economic pie is estimated to be about $15 trillion. Now imagine if Canadian technology can be harnessed in conjunction with the investments that are being made by major African countries to harness the power of clean tech, but not only harness it in terms of research and development, but actually commercialize it beyond that. We have the ability to do that. And that's why I kept going back to the opportunities that exist on the ground in terms of electrification, in terms of transport infrastructure, in terms of global hubs, even in terms of space. All the countries that are situated on the equator in Africa can, and some of them are already harnessing the commercial possibilities of space. So there's a lot that I think we can do together. And what you're doing here is highlighting that opportunity. But I just wanted to add a little bit of flavor from the Government of Canada side on why this is an important potential relationship that can really, really lead to better economic outcomes, more inclusive and more marching to the top type of idea for both peoples. And it is that measurement that this will be measured in, which is, are women succeeding in this relationship? Are young people having access to capital? Are we investing in industries that have multiple impacts in terms of job creation, but also protecting the environment? So I think we've seen from other relationships how that hasn't quite worked out. But in Canada, all the things that Canada used to be looked at for in the past, in sort of like a too cautious country, are actually now working for us in a world that is now full of conflict and instability. You know that in Canada, you have stability, you have rule of law, you have the ability to harness an amazing immigration system that can allow you as an investor to bring your talent here, and circular migration that actually allows for win-win trade and investment in a way that simply doesn't exist anywhere else. So that's the value proposition that we're offering. Huge prioritization of research and development, intellectual property, and the ability to actually work together to harness our collective educational and research and development capacities to enable both our peoples to actually benefit from the emerging transition away from fossil fuels. So thank you for everything that you're doing, and I look forward to more things to come and hearing more about that collaboration between Canada and the highest earning emerging market in the world, which is Africa. Merci beaucoup tout le monde.
So thank you very much for an incredible speech and for providing some amazing insight. And I think you absolutely summarized what today was all about. So thank you for your kind comments. And now I will extend a thank you to the entire team at the CASA Foundation for their tireless work in making all of this event possible. And a special thank you to our beloved Dr. Oyelade for her vision in creating this. It has truly been a great honor to be your MC today and to learn so many highlights and insights into how, and this Eagle's view of what we need to do to create a economic recovery strategy that is equitable for all. There is no fast track to a future of abundance, and we do know that we need African businesses to scale up and to tap into new markets, and for these regions to be recognized for their potential. And the CASA Foundation, special thanks for the message that I think is universal. Let's do it together. We've heard what we have to do. We've seen what we need to do. And now we can do it, and we can do it together. So thank you everyone for participating on site and virtually from those abroad. Take advantage of our photo booth outside, please, and do enjoy. Merci tout. We cannot wait to see you next year at the Friends of Africa T23 event. À bientôt. Until later.